Okay, I don't know if you can hear me, but we are, if anyone's around, we are live on the TrekCC Twitch chat. My name is Daniel Matteson. I am OKCoyote on the TrekCC forums. I am the writing team manager and former director of communications for the continuing committee. And I am here for International First Edition Demo Day, which is an all-day event where a number of volunteers are online helping new or returning players learn or relearn the game, and figure out, learn things like how to use Lackey, which is the online interface that we use to play the game online, and maybe get in a demo game. So as I said, we're currently live on Twitch. There is a Zoom call that is open as well, and I'm going to jump on there in just a moment. I believe, if I'm doing this right, that I've got my screen share up to show just my Lackey screen. So you'll be able to see what I'm doing within Lackey. Let me get a couple of games going. I have a couple of decks ready to go. I've got the coming of age starter decks. Here's the Federation one. I will be using them. Whoops, that's not it. That's a different version. There it is. The coming of age starter decks are good. They're next generation themed. They're good teaching points to learn the game, not just the base game, but also kind of where we're at now as far as some of the virtual cards that the continuing committee has added. They're good simple decks for teaching the game as it stands now. There are 4 of them. There's a Federation, a Ferengi, a Klingon, and a Romulan deck. If you want to find these decks yourself, head over to trekcc.org. You will find those decks over on the left side of the page. There's a bunch of little boxes where all the expansions are. So you want the expansion that says Coming of Age, and there'll be links to all 4 of those starter decks on that page. Alright, so I am going to attempt to get on Zoom here. Give me just a moment. I know there are some people on there already talking and playing, and so we'll hop on. Alright, we're trying to log into Zoom at the moment.
Intuition should probably get looked at.
Or if you just stop the guy, I think that's fine. And it's not a card that's easy to use, so I'm not like it's the worst card.
It's in 4 decks in the last 6 months.
Right. Maybe it'll be the thing people steal from me. I don't know. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, I'm not sold on it being the problem. We got all the standard broken POS, well, broken non-POS cheese and POS decks. That goes also have to balance it with like the more I change that was true when Decipher ran the game, the harder it gets for a returning player to play.
Sure.
So you have to balance all of that. But that is kind of stupid. I do special downloads in general all need love, and we're just kind of trying to figure out how to approach that. I don't mean love. I mean TLC. They need some
Attention.
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 Yeah.
Good way of putting it.
But it's like you don't want to dig too much into a second or third order side effect of special downloads if you're going to end up changing something about them. Not that we are. We don't do any of that. So anybody here? I see most of the people here are regulars, but does anyone here have any questions or topics or anything they want to ask about that we can address for you?
Well, I'm thinking, so when I played back in the day, I only really played Premiere. You know, I collected a few in Necessity on that, but I only actually actively played Premiere. And looking at what I'm thinking is going to be a wall of new cards and rules for all the future expansions.
Yeah.
One thing I quite enjoyed was just seeing what you guys did. Just sort of watching it is probably the only way I'm gonna meaningfully sort of get those rules into my head. So I don't know how much I've seen you have the YouTube channel. You see a few things on there, but it might be good to record a few games like you're doing here. To sort of show some of those mechanics. That'd be quite fun to have a little short video series where I can see, oh, this is what a objective card is. I know that sounds super simple, but like this is what this new. I've never dealt with downloads or anything like that. I'm only starting
Yeah.
to see them crop up as I've been playing these cards for anything like that.
No, and it's a common request that we're struggling to do because we don't really have anyone in our circle that like is good at video editing. But we're gonna start doing it. I've been putting feelers out with a couple people, and we're gonna start putting together some videos that will go up. To do very simple like 5 minute 5 minute max videos that are just like here is explaining a simple one. This is what a mission is. This is what an objective is. This is how a download works. That sort of thing.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, Daniel, welcome to the party.
How's it going? Yeah, I'll jump in there and say that that's something as part of my time as a volunteer. Learn to play videos has always been high on our list as something we've wanted to do, but have never had the patience to put together. it's
Makes
it.
that a lot easier now because before it was like probably we assumed it would be in-person videos, but now you just do a call like this between two people,
Mhm.
press on a lacking thing, share the screen, and then just record the output. That would be relatively simple, I think. Now.
Yeah, I think we should do that even with just and Maggie and I have done a couple games recorded where we're just playing our game and sort of talking through it, and it's up on the YouTube that you can look at. But
Yeah, I watched your Android versus Klingons. That was good fun.
that was a good game. Yeah, that was fun. I liked that deck. It would never work. Could never ever 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 work outside of that tournament. But sneaking Empok Nor when you can't see anything under it is pretty great. Uh, I'm sad I didn't play Neil because he apparently did the same thing.
Okay.
He was trying to commandeer Empok Nor with androids, so I was because I don't really care if he gets it or I get it. I still get to download all my guns.
Yeah.
And androids are strong, but when you've got Klingons running around with a Batleth, a Docta, a Mek'leth, and two disruptors, they're tough to can't kill them.
I think I did that exact deck like in 2001 or 2002.
Yeah.
It was a long, long time ago.
Well, I just that was the neutral zone release tournament that
Right.
Ryan ran, and the restriction was you had to seed two neutral zone missions, and everybody had to use the Squire's Rules, which is a card that makes your dilemmas random. Makes you run all dual dilemmas, and you shuffle them and just seed them blind.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, well, even if somebody runs an Empok Nor dilemma, they can't pick where it goes. So they could choose to put a dilemma under Empok Nor, but the statistical probability is it won't be valid.
Right.
And I played Klingons because there's two Klingon neutral zone missions. I didn't want to play Romulans. I didn't want to play androids. I didn't want to play Feds because I figured everybody was be playing that. So that was a fun call. Yeah. I just didn't. balanced the free plays, but I didn't balance the skill super well. And a couple of games could have, like, I could have beaten Patty if I'd had a stupid science in play because I could have stolen his mission.
I used to
And
run. Sorry,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, you know. Go ahead and finish your sentence.
I'm good. I was just explaining about Patty. So.
The last time I used to run MPOC Nor with TNG Ferengi once before they got nerfed. When Ferengi Battle was really big, I ran him as a solver and just like belched out Ferengi really quickly and overtook MPOC Nor, downloaded a boatload of equipment and just went to town solving missions. And I think most of my games ended in 4 to 5 turns.
I've seen Ferengi and TNG Ferengi use MPOC Nor to use the war is good for business rule
Yep.
and just shoot MPOC Nor every turn.
Yeah, I did
But it
that.
doesn't shoot back, so.
I did that in a later build. That was something I hadn't discovered at the time. Incidentally, for some reason my camera's not working. That's probably going to be a restart, but I don't think that's needed right now. I am also online on Twitch, on the TrekCC Twitch chat, which is twitch.tv/continuing committee. And if anybody wants to get into a demo game over there, I have it screen sharing my Lackey screen.
Nice.
So I've got Lackey Live over there. I just don't have my own camera running.
Your camera might be confused if you've got two apps open that are trying to use it.
That's possible.
Might be a permission issue.
But it's playing. It's the audio's working, so that's fine.
Well, that's the important part.
You don't need to see my face. You need to see the beautiful cards that are in our game.
Our art team really does knock it out of the park. Every time they make everything look great.
Not to go too far behind the curtain, Charlie, but has that team changed at all since we started, or is it the same team?
Oh yeah. No, I mean Johnny's been the head forever, but he's had volunteers come and go. I don't think there's been any change in a while. But Andrea and
They haven't.
To your point, like the quality of the cards look identical.
Yeah.
Like if not better since we started. It's crazy that every set that comes out, you're just like, I want to see this on a foil.
Yeah.
I wish, and we had talked at one point about it, but I wish that we could do the old masking foils where you just foil part of the card. It's very, very expensive. It's 5 figures to do a run.
Oh.
Way beyond our means. But every now and then, there's CC that Johnny and the art team will put together a card, and I'm just like, God, I want to foil just the space effect of that card. So that's that beautiful rainbow shimmer. Oh well.
Life's hard.
I've got to give you credit. I've always preferred the look of 1E over 2E, and when you look through the expansions on the continuing committee page, if you didn't know that they weren't physical expansions, you would just keep looking through, and it's just pretty seamless.
Yeah.
I think in some cases our art has been better than some of Decipher stuff, depending on the sets. And some of Decipher stuff, their screen pulls, the resolution was not always the greatest, and of course we've had the liberty of, especially with Next Generation, we've had the liberty of being able to pull from Blu-ray quality video that Decipher did not have access to at the time.
One card that we did a reprint of, where no one has gone, where no one has gone before, from Premiere. That new version in Homefront 6 looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
There is going to be a project coming later this year where we are going to do some AIs and new images on a bunch of old Decipher cards, and I think people are going to be really happy. I haven't actually seen the images yet, but just knowing that those high-res options are available for some of them, it's going to be pretty crazy. I saw there's one piece of equipment in particular that somebody on Patty's creative team just found this baller shot. It's a tricorder, and it's just this cool HD shot of this tricorder, and like I think it's Dr. Crusher's hand, and you could almost read the text on the acoudigrams on the tricorder. It's that clear. It's so cool. I can't wait to see it. Coming later 2020. So Thomas, you said you're in California. What part of California, if you don't mind me asking?
No, it's fine. I live just north of San Francisco. I teach at in one of the state universities today.
Nice. There is a group of guys that play in the Bay Area.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. I saw. I mean, obviously, when we can actually be around other people again,
Yes.
I definitely
Mhm.
assume it's an area, part of the world where you folks might congregate occasionally. So definitely something I could pop down to if it's happening. Obviously,
I'm pretty sure we're committed to running Worlds in San Francisco in what is it, 2024? Whenever that episode of Star Trek happened, we'll get a hotel and mock it up as Sanctuary District A and
Oh, past
Oh, the Bell
tense.
Riots? Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
the Bell Riots.
I've actually launched a course here, which is social science class, using that episode as like a teaching tool for science fiction for exploring the future.
A little too real right now.
Are we going to go to Bozeman, Montana in 2063?
If we're still doing this in 2063, we absolutely should have Worlds in Bozeman, Montana. There's no question because
I have a feeling a lot of people will be there. If that's even a real town.
it's a real town.
Is it?
Montana's weird. It has like 4 cities and then nothing.
And if Bozeman happens to be unpopulated by then, we will repopulate it just to start that tournament.
Yes. But I'm not. See, in 2063, I would be 84 years old. So if I make it that far, I don't know if I'm going to want to go to Bozeman, Montana to play Star Trek. But if I'm alive, I will try.
I'm going to guess most people who play regularly were somewhere between the ages of 12 and 18 in the mid 90s, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'd say by and large, we have some people that picked up the game later. But yes, we did a survey last summer. Let's see if I can find it. And definitely the median age of the community was like 40.
I mean, for me, that's what you must have more people thinking about it because I had like my 360 or 363 Premiere set sitting on a shelf downstairs, and it had been that way for a good 20-something years. But after 4 to 6 weeks in lockdown, it suddenly became utterly imperative that I finish those 3 cards I was missing. And then that
Absolutely.
3 cards turns into Alternative Universe turns into Q, and now, well, I'll show you. Now I'm sitting on. There we go. Now these guys have arrived yesterday, and slowly working my way down the list. There are some that I can't do. Right, I'm never going to be able to do Blaze of Glory or DS9 or First Contact or
Not short of millions of dollars.
yeah.
Thousands of dollars.
My dollars are less than that. So it's
well, Thomas, if you get through those boxes and you're missing any commons or uncommons, let me know, because I have a painfully obnoxious amount of Star Trek cards that were donated by the community here at home for new players for this exact purpose. People want to finish collections, whatever.
Yeah, no, I was kind of curious to ask if you guys have any sort of, beyond eBay, any recommendations for rare card places to go to that you trust?
I've heard a lot of good people talk about. I can't think of the guy's name. Scott. Category 1. That guy.
Scott Church.
Yeah, Scott Church.
No, I've seen a few of his unboxings.
Category 1 games. That's where I buy all of mine.
And Hills is good for sealed boxes. They don't really do Hills wholesale. He doesn't really do singles, but he's good for.
Hills is good for buying in bulk because their shipping costs, if you're only buying a box or two, can be kind of high. But but if you buy in bulk, it doesn't escalate too much incrementally. So they're good if you want to buy a whole lot of product at once. They've also got if you hit them up around Black Friday, like Thanksgiving week, they have some major sales on a lot of products. So that's a good time to buy from them.
And if you ever want to get just a big lot of almost complete common and uncommon sets, Hills also does like bulk. They'll fill an anthology box full of their commons and uncommons that they have on stock and just send it to you. Like it's I don't know what the price is, but it's not an unreasonable price for that amount of cards, you know. If you're just trying to get a bunch of cards from different sets.
There was a place at Gen Con 3 or 4 years ago that was doing that. They were selling 1,000 count white boxes filled with cards from a certain game, and they had a
Oh, I
bunch on
remember
their
that.
shelves that just had a CCG back on it. And so people were going, and they're $10. People were going in and buying them, and then it was mostly commons and uncommons and a lot of white border and AU. But every now and then you'd get
Like a pocket of
here's like
DS9
100
or
first
something.
contact cards,
Yeah.
or here's 100 DS9 cards. And then I think it was Dan Hammond, a rogue Schindler, went and bought one, and it was like 2/3 Black Border Premier.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, in terms of trades, the Facebook group is pretty active for that, and the CC itself has a trading board.
Yeah, the Star Trek CCG Facebook group is very active for trading. And that's I think that's the biggest point, and then of course our own trading forums at trekcc.org. For those that are on the Twitch channel right now, because I know there's a few people in the Twitch chat right now, and are wondering what they are looking at, I've logged in to spectate. There's a game on Lackey, which I think is paused because everybody's talking. But there's a game on Lackey being played between Patty Ty, our first edition creative director, and our director of operations, Brian Shaflin. And so you are looking at the screen of that game. So as we're talking, I will mouse over some of the cards here. These are a couple of next generation starter decks. I see a Federation deck versus a Romulan deck. So I'll mouse over some cards so you can get a better look at some of the art here. But this is just a game that's paused in progress.
I didn't realize it was still up. It's actually over.
Oh, it ended.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Patty won.
I thought everybody just started talking and just kind of left it. But
feel free for someone else to run a demo instead, and you'll talk to a live game then.
Yeah, we can do that.
Patty, do you want to? I'll play with a starter deck if you want me to. I jump into a game.
I've got all the starter decks ready to go as well. So
I'd happily play a game.
What do you two play? Because I've got a dog to look after as well, so I'll just jump in and comment where I can.
All right, you want to be the Bobby the Brain Heenan this time? I'll get in the ring. Dan, you want to play me?
I'll literally jump in with a puppy and be your Jerry Lawler.
You got on before me. I was going to randomly show puppies. I'll go and get Bertie. Then we really have got puppies.
Patty and I, Glenn, do you actually have a new puppy? Patty and I do have a new puppy, Daniel.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I've got a 6-month-old puppy as well.
That's the quarantine thing. We all just get new dogs, new puppies.
We did actually get it just before. So
right.
He's 6 months old.
Yours is a few months old now. Ours is literally 9 weeks. Got on the Karina.
Ours is 10 weeks old, I think.
Ooh. That's a fun age.
No.
It doesn't get much better.
You're going to set up, I'll close up this game. Then
Noah, what did you do?
Speaking of puppies, there's Charlie's.
Yeah,
She's dumb.
she's very cute, but she's the stupidest dog I've ever met. And so she got in her cage, her kennel, and she has this red and black checkered blanket, and she like burritos herself into it and then can't get out of it. So she gets excited. Andrea walked in and was talking about her. So she was like wagging her tail and like flailing around because she wanted to come out and see Andrea, but she couldn't figure out how to unwrap herself. So
oh my god,
she's dumb. Come here, Noah. Noah, come here. She's like, call her the queen of the goldfish because she's that stupid.
All right, I've got childcare duties, but when she goes down for a nap, I'll pop back on later and see you all again then. So fun
Sure.
chatting, and catch you later today.
Have a good one,
Thanks.
Thomas.
Cheers.
If we're
Take
showing
care.
dogs, here's Moo.
Right. That's just all do it. Everyone do it. I don't have one next to me.
So there's a little pride bandana.
Mike's probably asleep in the kitchen.
Yeah.
My cats are sleeping. I don't have a dog.
Daniel, do you have a game loaded in Lackey? I'm trying to find it. It's like 5 windows back here.
Not yet. I don't, but I can put one up right now.
Okay. What starter deck do you want to play?
But we did Romulan versus.
I have I have all 4 of the coming of age ones. If you want to hit one of those. I guess they played Fed versus Romulan. So if we want to do Klingons and Ferengi.
Yeah, I'll play Ferengi then.
Hello, everyone.
Give me that one.
This is Fred.
Hi, Fred. Oh,
Oh my
she's so
gosh.
cute. He's so cute.
Yeah. Lofty, you might want to fetch Lucy.
I think she's asleep.
Oh,
This
God.
is Bertie. Oh,
Hello, Bertie.
probably going to try and escape.
Oh my god.
Hey,
You
Fred.
guys. We're all showing off our fur children.
We are.
Dogs are good.
Bertie's definitely trying to escape.
Mine are just sleeping. I've got the door to my office is cracked open just a little because if it's closed, then the cats freak out and scratch at the door. Like
Right.
they don't need to come in; they just need to know they can.
Right. Because that's what cats do.
Yep.
Right.
Cat lately.
As Fred away, I'm going to take him a little walk around the garden. I'll be back shortly, okay?
Alrighty.
All right. You said you were going to run the Ferengi.
Sure.
All right. So let me load up the Klingon starter.
Oh, I'll probably be back in the kitchen.
Deck editor.
Moo is a good name for a dog, Brian. I approve.
So for those watching on Twitch, we're getting into a game with Kris Sonsteby, our director of operations.
Operations? I think you mean organized play.
Organized play, yeah, the other O one. Just used to saying that now. And he's going to run a Ferengi starter deck, and I'll run a Klingon starter deck.
Can you load that to me? I don't know why I don't have it. I don't see it anywhere.
If you update your plugin,
it actually comes with a plugin now, so it should be in there. It's under TNG_COA_.
Well, there's a bug in Lackey, unfortunately, where if you try to sort the deck list, it won't load the deck that you think it's loading. It loads something else. So you have to be careful.
Oh,
But,
okay. Yep.
You got it?
All I had to do is, I reloaded the plugin. You're right. I found it. Okay. I'm as good as I'll ever
So we've got a 30-card draw deck here. We've got these cards that are removed from the game because they are mission specialists and they'll get downloaded out by a card during the seed phase. We have
incidentally,
our
last summer, I wanted to say this before I forgot. Last summer when we did this survey, 46% of our community was between 36 and 40 years old. And close to 70% was between 31 and 45. So math does work out on that.
Okay. I had the old starter, Daniel, so I had to reload.
Okay, no problem. Are you?
Well, right away I saw Dr. whatever his face, the AU guy who's not in there. I was like, that's the wrong deck.
Do you have it or do you need it?
I do. I'm good. I'm good now. So why don't you go first? We'll just get started.
Sure. Okay. So I don't think these decks come with any doorways.
No, that was the Lillian rule. If Lillian didn't understand it, we took it out of the starter deck.
All right, so we're going to start in with laying out our missions. We each have 6. They are face down and shuffled, so they are going to be randomly set up on the table, and I'm going to place mine first. So we have here acquire surplus ships.
I will play with Revenge Plot, and I'll put it on my left side of Daniel's mission, acquire surplus ships.
Kris, do you want to share your screen into the Zoom call so we can see Daniel's on Twitch and yours on the...
Oh God,
Zoom?
that sounds difficult. Someone smarter than me tell me what to do. There we go. Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah,
I don't know who
got
the
the
host
same
is.
problem.
Yeah,
Brian
never
is-
mind.
No,
don't know
Brian,
why
I think
that's
is
not
the
working.
host. No, it's a good idea. Whoever's the host just needs to let me share it. That's all.
Multiple participants can share
I think
simultaneously.
Patty is the host.
No, I am.
Oh, you
Sorry.
are.
Try it now.
Dun da da da.
Yep, and you can when it pops up, you can select just share Lackey or just share like a program rather than your whole screen.
Yep. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Cool. There we go, Daniel.
I should be screen sharing Lackey now. And
You're sharing to Twitch, and I'm sharing to the call.
I'm sharing on Twitch, yes.
You both are sharing to the call, and if you're on the Zoom call, you can go to the top under View Options and look at whose screen you're sharing. So you can see Christopher's or Daniel's, or you can go side by side, and it will show them both.
All right, so my next mission is Impose Order. This one is a universal mission. It has this little diamond icon next to its title. For those not in the know, that means that you can seed more than one of the same mission title. And also, under official tournament rules, that also means this mission can be stolen by your opponent. I'm going to put it right here.
Okay. My next one will be our first space mission, Attend Mysterious Rendezvous. And I think I'm going to start going the other direction just to show that you're allowed to.
Yep, every time you place a mission, you can put it on either the left or the right side, whichever you prefer. Some people like to prefer like an alternating styles to make sure that their opponents are not their opponents have to spread out to get where they need to go. Some people like to bunch all their missions together to try to solve more quickly. There are a number of strategies for this. And I've got a space mission as well, the Amnesty Talks. And I'll go ahead and throw it on that side as well.
Daniel, you might want to touch on that. That does not have any icons. We haven't really spoken to the icon thing. So this mission has a Federation icon and a Ferengi icon. His does not have any, for those that are watching, but it says any crew on one side, and it says any crew may attempt mission on his side. So that means
so any affiliation can try it. Does not matter what color you are.
Yep, exactly. The Last Outpost is my next mission, and I think I'm going to put it down here. For no other reason than I don't know what I'm doing with my missions right now.
That's fine.
I don't even remember which ones they are.
I don't either. I don't think I've actually played with the Coming of Age starters yet. I played the original ones. I taught most of my playgroup on the original TNG starters. Reported activity.
Very, very popular mission.
Yeah, this is one with some errata. Was this the one that said engineering? Is that why?
Correct. It's only errated because Decipher forgot how they named their own missions.
It said engineering instead of engineer.
Correct. How that went through testing and everything is beyond me. But it benefited us because then we got a really hard to find card in a printable white border or black border option after that.
Now, Kris has
Apparently
another universal
go
mission.
ahead, Daniel. Yeah, I was just gonna say I didn't know I even had one of those, so apparently I do. I'm gonna keep mine away from Daniel's just for the off chance that Daniel gets frisky and wants to solve them both because he can attempt
It is
them.
yeah, it does have the Klingon logo. I can definitely go attempt it. As we said, under OTF rules, official tournament format, most missions cannot be stolen by your opponent. They can if they are universal, or if they are 40 points or higher, or if both of us tried to seed a copy of it. If we duplicate a mission, then it's fair game by either player. I've got Seize Freighter. I don't think this is going to come into play here, but I'll mention that this mission, as well as the last one he just played, these missions are in a region. The one I just played is the neutral zone region. The one Kris played is in the demilitarized zone region. They don't mean too much on their own, but if multiple missions, if another mission comes out that's in the same region, it has to actually be inserted into that region. You don't just put it on the end.
And that can be a very tactical choice because you get to select where it goes. So you can almost handpick during the seed phase of missions where you want that specific mission to go.
And there is a mission there's definitely a mission strategy of playing multiple missions from the same region and clumping them all together. That way you kind of set up how you want your area to look. And it makes sure all your missions are close to each other so that you can get to them easily. Neutral zone region is a popular one for that. Bajor region is another popular one for that. Investigate Dead Planet.
That was my next mission, which has some special text on it. It says, when I solve, I can download an Android there.
It does, and I note that on the other side, on the opponent's side, it has different text. So that text only applies to Kris. And on my end, it says that my crystalline entity here is doubled. So if I happen to have a crystalline entity dilemma, I'm probably going to want to put it under that mission because that's really going to mess him up.
And it could kill all of my people, right? I think crystalline entity has got a ability to, as a dilemma, it's very strong. If it's doubled, it could kill everybody.
Yeah.
So it's high risk, high reward if we were to see androids in these decks or if we saw the crystalline entity.
And I have a 40-point mission here to finish it off. So this is another one that is stealable. Now Kris is not. It does not have the Ferengi icon, so he can't attempt it with only Ferengi, but it does have a non-aligned icon. So if he has non-aligned personnel in his deck that are in there with his Ferengi, they can certainly help kickstart the attempt for him. We'll throw this on the end here.
And this is just a pure happenstance of how we shuffled our missions. My 40-point mission is coming out right behind Daniel's. And the concern I have is Daniel can do his or Daniel could do mine. So the strategy being, I don't want his anywhere close to mine. I'm going to put mine on the total opposite end of the space line.
Yep, that definitely, that has that Klingon icon on it. I could definitely swoop in and steal it if I, it's just a matter of remembering which dilemmas you put under there and teching for them. And it could be an easy 40 points.
Yeah, stealing missions is pretty rare. Funny that I say that because I just finished a game for a tournament and my opponent stole my mission on my second turn. So
it's rare because a lot of people will purposely play around that by not stocking these. Again, it's high risk, high reward. They will not stock these higher point missions or the universal missions.
So now we've entered the phase of the game where we seed dilemmas, and dilemmas will come in one of three types. They will have this cool little space icon at the top, which means they have to be seeded under a space mission. They'll have this cool little planet icon, which says they have to be seeded at a planet mission, or they might have both, which means they could go under either. So Daniel and I will now seed dilemmas underneath our opponent's missions to hinder our progress. Try to slow them down long enough for us to win the game as we're trying to solve these missions that are on the table.
So in these particular decks come with 18 dilemmas. So you have enough to put 3 under each of your opponent's missions. There's actually a little, these starter decks are just frameworks, so they only have 22 of an allowed 30 seed cards. So like if you were to actually take this deck to a tournament, you could actually throw 8 more dilemmas in, or 8 other seed cards.
Does anybody remember this set combos? I should go get.
They're actually on the coming of age page if you go to the PDF file.
Cool. Okay.
So if you want to just set it up to combos to make it a little simpler.
I figured we should do that, and then people can see us doing what they'll be doing at home, right?
So yeah, so for everyone following along, if you go to trekcc.org and you find our list of expansions, which the 1E ones are on the left side of our homepage. It's all those little squares. The one for Coming of Age has PDF files of all 4 of these starter decks. And the first page of the PDF actually shows you all 18 dilemmas that are in the deck and sets up some simple 3-card dilemma combos to put under all 6 missions.
Were they color coded? Is that what we did with them?
No, that was just a home front thing. That's not
Okay.
that's not in these. But right in the center of the first page of the PDF, it says recommended dilemma combos.
They might be color coded. I'm
And
noticing some.
Brian has just sent you the link there on the Lackey
You are
chat.
smart.
Or
You
the
will make
Lackey
us
game.
go. Okay. Yeah, I found mine. Thanks. Well, this card. It's the first one I found.
So for people using Lackey and trying to figure out how to do this, I'm in my seed cards. It's a matter of finding each dilemma. You need to flip it upside down, which is a right click and then flip card, and then you can drag it onto the table face down. You can still see this card by mousing over it, but your opponent cannot. It's unidentified. So I'm going to set up my first dilemma combo. In a physical game, you would set this combo up so that the bottom dilemma is the one faced first. That way you can just flip the entire mission over, and whatever's on the bottom, face up from top to bottom, you would encounter them in that order. In Lackey, it is actually easier to make the top card the first card you encounter, so you can just work from the top down. That way you don't have to move all these cards off of each other to get to the one you need. So here is my first combo. From top to bottom, it is this one, and then this one, and then this one. And so I'm going to just kind of stack them on top of each other. And I have not yet decided what mission they're going to go under. I'm gonna just get all of my combos set up, and then we'll make decisions after that.
And for those watching my screen, I am doing almost the exact same thing. I've put together the 3 card combos for the 2 planet dilemmas, and now I'm putting together the 3 card combos for the dual dilemmas, and then I will jump to the space ones. Still just in the seed phase tends to take a little bit of time, but it is basically setting up the game for everything that's going to happen going forward. These cards will not be moved from underneath these missions until someone attempts those missions. So there is a little bit of a lag in getting it set up, but once you're set up, you don't have to do anything more with this for the rest of the game.
I don't think my dilemmas are accurate, but I'm going to figure that out in a second.
What do you have? Something that shouldn't be
I
a
have
starter?
a duplicate of something,
Oh, really?
and I don't think I should. I think that's supposed to be something else.
Yeah, you might want to just check the list. You could, and this is Lackey only. You can hit /spawn, and he can go get exactly the card that he's missing if he needs to.
Normally, you wouldn't do that in a tournament game, but we're trying
Right.
to get the deck set up
Yep.
correctly.
Correct. Well, if you're me, you would do it in a tournament game. Try to get a head start on something. No, I'm kidding.
There are a few cards, though, that allow you to bring in cards from outside the game, so you might use the spawn for that reason.
This is true.
Do that backwards. Okay. So my combo, my 18 dilemmas, I think I'm ready to start seeding underneath Daniel's missions. And the question comes trying to figure out where is Daniel likely to start? And I would, in theory, want to put my strongest dilemmas where I think he's going to go. Because on this space line, he can start with a facility, an outpost, essentially at any mission that lets him seed an outpost there. Looking at the 12 missions, there's only one mission that I know he can't seed a facility at, or at least a Klingon facility, and that would be Amnesty Talks. But he is, interesting enough, allowed to seed some at my mission, so he could, in theory, put one at Search for Weapons if he wanted to. Just like
Yeah.
I could.
Knowing, since he knows I'm playing Klingon, I could put a Klingon outpost on any mission that has a Klingon icon on it, which is most of them. You can't put one at Amnesty Talks because it does not have the Klingon icon, and I can't put one at most of his missions, but he does have a couple that have that icon.
Mm-hmm.
I could even put my
There's a
outpost
whole-
on his 40-point mission if I wanted to get daring.
There's a whole strategy too where you, in advanced play, you can seed missions that look like you're playing one affiliation to sort of draw dilemmas to a specific place and then play something entirely different.
Right. He knows I'm playing Klingon because I told him, but I mean, normally you would have to guess from what missions were being played. Just try to guess what affiliations we're playing.
This setup, for me, does scream Klingon because he has this mission down here that's only got a Klingon icon. And it's not one you typically would find in a non-Klingon deck. So looking at him, I would imagine he's playing Klingon. I think Daniel, looking at mine, the dead giveaway is there are crazy separate icons on all of them, but Ferengi is on every single one of them. So it's a little bit of intuition. You got to read through and figure out what the play is. But yeah.
Hey Chris, I notice you keep right-clicking and going.
Oh yeah, that's somebody who's done this too much in Lackey. Yes, if you right-click on cards, it will give you options to do different things. So for demonstration purposes, I'm clicking this rotate 90, so everybody at home can see what I'm actually talking about. I'm pointing to the mission, but that's a good point, Charlie. I should say.
Well, I was also going to point out, if you double-click the card, it will do that for you.
Yep.
Oh wow!
You
Thanks.
can double click it. It's just like magic. They assume the thing you're going to do most often is tap the card.
Right.
I couldn't figure out how to bring this card in.
What card do you need?
I need one dilemma. I just don't know how to bring it into the game.
So you type /spawn, SPAWN, space, then the card name.
I did. It said it couldn't be found.
Okay, so there's something it has to be exactly the name of the card as Lackey understands it. So if there's a capital missing or a dash missing,
It's usually easiest to go to the deck editor, find that card that you want, and then you just have to type that exact name that card says in that deck editor.
Oh, I did.
Oh, really?
Yep.
What error message did it give you?
The card you were attempting to spawn could not be found.
Oh, so looks like there's a bunch of spaces at the end of it.
Well, I didn't type them.
I don't know if it's because I don't know if it inserted them somehow, but you see how it said there's just a bunch of spaces before that quote?
I'll try it again. Hey, got it. You didn't see that, Chris.
Even if I did, we're not exactly playing in a high level tournament.
I know.
I just saw a crazy image flash across the side of my screen. I was like, "What is that?" And I didn't even know what it was. It must be a dilemma I've never seen before.
I think everybody
it is certainly
who-
one I haven't seen before.
I think everybody who's currently in the Zoom call knows what's going on, but if anyone is in the Zoom call and has questions, feel free to speak up.
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely.
If anybody has a question, or
Are you
in Twitch
pushing the
chat.
whole audio from the Zoom call to your Twitch,
Yes,
Daniel, or are
yes.
people just hearing you? Oh,
Twitch
okay.
can hear all of us.
That's good. That would have been
I
weird if
asked
it was
and
like
made
half
sure.
conversations.
No, I had to turn it up though because they said they could hear me and couldn't hear everyone else as well. But now they can. Okay, so like Kris did, I finally got my my 6 dilemma combos set up. So now it's just a matter of figuring out under which missions I want to place them. I have 2 combos. This is based on the starter decks. They get, and this is generally a good idea. You can certainly change your combos on the fly based on what your opponent is doing, but it's generally a good idea to have 2 combos ready specifically for planet missions, set up 2 for space missions, and then 2 that are mostly dual dilemmas. That way you can kind of flex your situation based on whether your opponent is running 3 and 3, or if they have 4 planet, 2 space, or the other way around. That way you've got 2 combos that can go pretty much anywhere based on what your opponent is doing.
Or you can seed Squire's rules and all dual dilemmas.
And let madness.
I can't wait.
ensue.
I can't wait for the next 1E tournament I play in where I can do that when not everybody's doing it, and just I love that card just so I can build decks faster. It's
fun.
So nice.
It's very fun.
My only regret, because we'd been kicking around this idea of the TNG only card pool format for a long time. My only regret is that we didn't give it a TNG story, because that card would be really fun in that limited card pool, and it's just not really practical with that story on it.
I think we could find a Squire amongst Q's entourage in some of those episodes.
What about Cupid? I bet there's somebody in that Jean-Luc Picard episode where he's...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Well, someday we may figure that out, and because that would be a fun card to add to that pool.
It'll just be a random background character holding a minstrel or something. It's fine. So, Daniel, it looks like you're ready to go, right? You've picked your dilemmas.
Yeah, more or less.
Set them underneath the missions. I don't know if anybody is following mine. There is some strategy that I was trying to implement, namely over here on this end. I'm just mousing over so Daniel can't see it. This particular dilemma looked like it was pretty hard for the mission that is right in front of him. So, and a couple of other ones, like this one, will be hard for him if he starts there at this particular mission. So we're just going to see where he's going to go and kind of figure it out as we go here, I think, as a group.
Yeah, since I've got a couple missions of my own together, kind of grouped up there on my left side, and Kris has a couple missions grouped at the right side. It seems more likely that we may start closer to those sides and try to solve missions around those areas. So it seems logical that you'd want to put stronger dilemma combos under those areas.
Mm-hmm. And that's just a product of how these missions came out. Most constructed games, people tend to gravitate toward the middle so that they can interact with their opponent if they need to.
Mm-hmm.
And solvers tend to kind of like to hide on the ends. They hope that their opponent stays maybe in the middle and doesn't come down to their end to mess with them. So given that he is playing the mighty powerful Klingons, I am really hoping he stays to his own neighborhood and doesn't come bother me in my neighborhood, my little Ferengi troll nuggets, as one of our local player calls them.
But again,
so
these decks are more geared towards being simple solvers. They're all kind of balanced toward each other, so you're probably not going to see a whole lot of battling in these starter decks, but it is certainly possible.
Yep. So speaking to the battle, because Daniel's Klingon and Klingons fight themselves, Klingons have no battle restrictions. Klingons can shoot at anybody in the game.
So that's
Ferengi...
actually...
Oh, go ahead, Charlie. Yeah, if you want to explain it.
Yeah. So while they're setting up still, battle it's a part of the game. It's not really what the game is about. Some people love it more than others, but so the way it works is there's something called attack restrictions, and there are 3 types. The standard attack restriction is you can shoot everybody but your own affiliation. So that's what
Most
everybody,
affiliations use.
most affiliations have. So Ferengi, which Kris is playing, can fight anybody except other Ferengi. So a Ferengi on Ferengi match, they're not shooting each other. There are cards that change those permissions, but that's the default rule. Klingons and Kazon?
Yes.
Klingons and Kazon have
Kazon.
what's called no battle restrictions, which means they are bloodthirsty, murderous affiliations that can kill everyone, including themselves. So a Klingon versus a Klingon match is likely to be lots of death and destruction. And then the last one is Federation battle restrictions, which is you cannot battle.
Except
you can't
Borg.
start a fight.
Can't initiate battle.
You can't initiate a battle. If you are attacked, everybody gets the chance to shoot back.
One
but a
exception,
Federation-
the Federation can attack the Borg.
Yes, everyone can attack the Borg. The Borg cannot attack at all without a card that gives them permission. But yes, so there are always the thing about 1E is there are the rules, and then there are 30 exceptions to every rule
Yes.
based on what cards are in play. It's a little unfortunate at times, but in terms of how you shoot, the general rule to understand is you can shoot everybody but yourself unless you're playing Klingon. Klingons can shoot anybody.
Alan
Kazon can shoot
points
anybody.
out in Twitch chat that non-aligned can shoot anybody as well.
Yep, I was just
Okay.
going to say that too. We forgot about them because non-aligned, in theory, are not aligned with themselves with anybody. So you might have multiple races that are under the non-aligned umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's basically it's a catch-all for anybody that doesn't fit into one of the major affiliations in the game.
But one of the things you can do is if you're playing in an area with a lot of Klingon battle players, well, not Klingon, that's a bad example. Let's say there's a nasty Romulan battle deck going around. You can put a Romulan on your ship through various machinations. Normally they don't work with your other people, but there are ways to do it. And one Romulan on your Federation ship protects you from being shot by Romulan. So that's advanced strategy. That's
Sure.
like first edition 300, but
I attack. No, you're not.
Just
My
kidding.
ambassador says you don't.
Right. So now we've reached a phase of the game where it's non-dilemma seed cards.
This
So
is
these are
called
going
the
to be
facility phase.
correct. So
This is
Daniel, why don't you start us off there?
It is our final phase of seeding before we can actually start the game. I like to call this the everything else phase, because this is where you put your outposts or other facilities, but also any other cards that say they seed that aren't dilemmas or missions. So we do have one. I'm going to play the important one first, and that's Continuing Mission. And this is a very powerful card that kind of makes these next generation decks work. So basically it says that while this is in play, all of your personnel and ships that have a Star Trek The Next Generation or Star Trek Generations property logo, they gain this cute little TNG comm badge icon. And that allows other cards in the game to reference them by that icon. But it also says, and it also gives you special abilities like allowing you to draw a card once per turn when you play certain next generation personnel.
hey Daniel,
Yes,
what's the property logo?
I said that. It's next generation.
No, what on the card is the property logo?
Oh, it's the logo in the top right corner that tells you what television show or movie that this image comes from.
I've got a question as well, actually.
So this card basically gives special powers and special permissions to all of your cards that come from Star Trek The Next Generation or Star Trek Generations. However, It also says that it is discarded if you play any cards that are non-next generation or generations. So
in that example, if Daniel really likes Captain Janeway and he wants to play her, he can play her, but he will no longer get the benefits of being specific to next generation.
correct. You can certainly play, and this was you know, back in early in earlier Decipher formats, you could certainly play Federation and have all of your shows working together. You want to throw Kirk, Picard, all the captains, Kirk, Picard, Cisco, Janeway, and put them all on the same ship together. You can do that. Absolutely. However, this particular card will reward you for staying on theme of keeping to just this show. So,
And I'd like to add
you
a
can do
little
that too.
caveat. The missions themselves don't have property logos. None of them do. So
And that is intentional.
That's
Right.
right. So you can always run any missions you want in any deck you want. There's no restriction on them. They don't have a property logo. Also,
And I think Daniel said this, but continuing mission only cares about personnel and ships. So you can play equipment and events and stuff from other series.
That's right.
Your people and your ships have to be next gen.
Think of it as nouns. Your nouns need to be from that show.
Mm-hmm. Now, this card also says that you may download one Warp Core card. That's the name of the icon. It's a Warp Core icon. So downloading allows you to search through your hand or deck or Q's tent, if you have one, and look for a specific card, and you can immediately play it. If in this case I'm gonna find a Warp Core card, which I should have one in my draw deck.
No, it's a sealed. It's a seed. We both have it. It's attentional hands.
No, I don't believe it is.
It's the only one. Trust me, in these starters.
They didn't put.
Warp Core cards aren't in there.
Oh,
No.
they're not in there. Okay.
No.
Well, then never
No,
mind.
speed bumps, Daniel.
Fair
They're
enough.
basic level. You put them in when you
Yeah.
you
when
learned,
build
and
them
then you
up,
add
right.
them. So.
Yep.
Okay, so all right. So in this case, it's going to download.
No other Warp Core cards, just the attentional hands.
Well, we'll use that as the download. So.
Yep.
It will download this card, Attention All Hands. You see it has that little Warp Core icon. And Kris has done the same thing. He's got Continuing Mission as well. And Attention All Hands. And Attention All Hands basically allows you to play a Universal Personnel for free once a turn. Like, in addition to your card play, you get to play an extra personnel if they're Universal. If they are next generation, if they have that icon, which is being granted to them by Continuing Mission. So it's, again, if you break that by playing something that is non-next generation, you not only lose the benefits of Continuing Mission, you lose the benefits of Attention All Hands.
You also need to be aware that it's only matching personnel for the outpost. So if you've got a non-aligned personnel like Vekor in there, she's not for free.
Right, so in my case, I could play a Universal Klingon personnel once per turn for free to my Klingon outpost.
I think they're not already in play. Now, these decks have mostly no duplication. But there are, there is, in every deck, there is one Universal personnel who appears twice.
And this card also allows you to, once per game, use your card play to download a Universal ship, which is great if you're having trouble drawing into one and you need to get going.
Yep. And just to jump on that, so unlike Magic, which, you know, if you don't draw any mana, you can't do anything. First edition's been designed with that in mind, that we understand without a ship, you really can't do a whole lot. So there are a number of cards in the game that let you download ships to get moving.
Yep. Usually like this, in place of your card play, there are a couple of ways to seed a ship. So you can actually start the game with one in play. But yeah, there are a number of ways to get them easily, because
your outpost is probably a good example of that.
Mine is, yeah. My outpost is.
His can, yes, not my outpost. But yeah, because that's important. Because if you don't have a ship, you can't move your personnel anywhere, and you can't solve missions. You know, the things you need to do to win the game. Yeah, like similar to Magic. It's sort of like getting color hosed or not drawing enough land. So the next card I'm going to play is my Outpost, which is right here.
This ought to be interesting. Where is he going to start, folks? That's the number one question I had throughout the seed phase. Where is Daniel going to start?
Honestly, I have no idea. No, I'm trying to think of where else there is.
Can I bet? I think I want to bet. I feel like it's going to be right there.
Considered it, but I think I'm going to go here.
Well, that's sneaky. He has, like I mentioned earlier, built his facility on my mission. And
No.
there are some dilemmas that would pick on him if I had picked the right mission where he was going to start. So by him starting on mine, those dilemmas would be moot now because he is not starting where I think he
Now,
needs to
again, this is potentially setting me up for a possible mission steal. However, I'm actually kind of doing this because it's right in... It's within easy range of getting to these two missions on the left without actually putting them over there and being too far from everything else.
Well, that's, because Daniel went first and he's had to show his hand, so to speak, that changes where I want to start.
Mhm.
Now, I'm still a little worried about Klingon shooting at me, so I'm kind of not a huge fan of being really close to him. But I also don't want to be really far away either. So I think I'm going to try and set up right here because I'm close to a mission that I could steal, impose order. Oops. And I'm also close to my missions. To his point, this one on the far end is going to be a little bit further away than I probably would like it to be, but I can still reach this one pretty easily, or this one. So the last card I think we both have is Assigned Mission Specialist, right, Daniel? Do you want to explain that one?
Assigned Mission Specialist is a card we concede that allows you to download to your outpost up to 2 different mission specialists, and it defines mission specialist as a personnel that only has 1 regular skill and no other skills. So I actually have a couple of them set aside. They are in my removed pile. So I have Vecma here. You can see she has a classification that's medical, but she only has 1 skill in her bottom box, and that is honor. And then my other one is Kellen, who has acquisition as his only skill. So
And
this card
go ahead. Yeah.
lets us get a jump start by starting with these 2 personnel in play. It also says that if any of our mission specialists use their 1 skill to help solve a mission, you score 5 bonus points.
Like Daniel, I have 2 as well. I have Kron, who has the security classification, and then his 1 skill is a separate classification, science. It's possible for some cards who have multiple classifications if they're well versed in different areas of the ship. For example, Data, I believe, is an officer because he's second in command on the Enterprise, but he also is a scientist, right? Or he should be.
I think he is
Might be
engineer.
Engineer, okay, yeah, and then something, yeah. And then there are cards like Geordi, for example, who are really good at what they do, who have engineer as their classification, and then they might have engineer as a skill as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible that you can have combinations of classifications as skills in Star Trek First Edition. And my second guy is Flawless, and he also has security, but his skill is navigation. Mine both have a staffing icon. Daniel's has a staffing icon in Vecma, but not one on Kellen.
Yep, staffing icon is that and Vecma is that little diamond on the left. That is a staff star. The ones that are yellower and have more appendages on them, those are the command stars.
And all that signifies in the game is you need someone with command, and typically to staff a bigger ship.
Mhm.
Some of these ships don't need any staff icons, just somebody to fly them around. The Enterprise, for example, is going to require some form of command level personnel to move it. And then, given that I'm in Lackey, I took my 2 mission specialists and just dragged them into the tab called Crew 1, so that I know that they're in play, I know that they're on my facility, but just for cleanliness of the game and having too many
extra dilemma
stuff.
So yeah, I will do the same thing. I'm gonna put my people down into Crew 1.
Yep.
So
And then we'll
once they're in
shuffle
play
your
and they're moving around and stuff, you don't have to show them to your opponent until it becomes relevant in gameplay to do so. So if you need to show, oh yes, I have this person for a mission requirement, or yes, I have this person here with a staff star to fly my ship. If they ever ask you, hey, can you show me the staffing for that ship? You then yeah, here it is. But for generally just flying around purposes, if you don't have to show your opponent where they are, you don't have to.
Kris, I've got a question.
Sure.
This is probably just going to show off my noviceness with Lackey, but the difference between your game with Daniel here versus the game I was playing with Brian. When I look at the cards here, I see my opponent's cards upside down. How do you change the setting in Lackey to make it do that?
Oh, I thought you were doing that for demonstration purposes. So if I go into preferences, appearance, and now let's check. You should see somewhere down here, opponent's cards on the table always face you. This is under like halfway down.
Yep.
Right. I'll make sure that's unticked then. Thank you.
Yep.
If
so
it
I
is-
unchecked it for first edition so that I know that, especially like in a game where you might be both playing the same affiliation, you want to make sure that you have the right people. Like I have my guy, not your guy, by accident. That could happen.
Yeah, if they're facing him, you know it's his card. Because, yeah, sometimes that happens. People will bunch together on a planet, and, you may have people battling, so you'll have people from both sides at the same place. So sometimes you and it's especially important with dilemmas, especially when both players try to seed dilemmas under the same mission. Sometimes it's important to know who seeded what.
Alan Gould wants to know how you indicate where Crew 1 is on the table.
Yes, so like Kris said, we hit our personnel into Crew 1. However, Crew 1, conceptually, even though we're hiding it, is still somewhere on this board. And if we were playing a real game, you would still see some face-down cards on the table. So to indicate in Lackey where they are, you would right-click their location. In my case, it's going to be my Klingon outpost. And we're going to add a black token right here where it says black token +1.
Yep.
So
you can
that's
also
just a little
use
notation. You can also use add a note or edit note, and you could just type Crew 1. But in this case, I'm just adding the 1 counter to show that this is Crew 1. If I could add more tokens if I wanted to have a Crew 2 or a Crew 3. Sometimes that happens when you have multiple crews and you have a crew on this ship and you have a crew on this other ship and then you have a crew down on the planet. So it's important to keep track of who is where, especially when your opponent needs to know.
Yep. And on my side, I just did it the other way. I edited note on the Ferengi outpost and typed Crew 1.
So it just shows on my end. It just shows a little N showing that card has a note on it, and when I mouse over the card, the words Crew 1 appear. So.
Yep. I drew my starting hand. I think Daniel probably needs to do that.
Yeah, we are done seeding, so I'm going to draw 7 cards.
Yep.
And here we are.
Ooh. For the people at home, I have some fun star power in my opening hand.
I don't know that I have star power, but I've got some quality.
I have a handful of people that no one will know, and 2 people that you will know.
So I'm mousing through them so you can see them on Twitch. So am I going first? Is that how we're doing it?
You are.
Okay, so on your turn, you always do all of your card play or plays before you execute orders, and then after executing orders, you draw a card and end your turn. Drawing a card is always how you always draw at the end, and that is how you indicate that your turn is over. So it is play cards, do stuff, and draw. So you only get one card play. You can play one card from your hand, reporting it to your outpost or wherever the card says it can report. In our case, and in most cases, you're going to have cards that will allow you additional plays. In my case, it's Attention All Hands. It's going to allow me an extra play if it's a universal personnel that I don't already have in play. So I'm going to be allowed to play 2 cards. So I'm going to go ahead and use my Attention All Hands play to play this guy, Bisomga. Klingon names are tough.
I always call him Beast Mode.
I've heard people say Bismog. I guess that's just easier.
Yep. Yeah.
So I am playing him for free. So he's not going to count as my card play. He reports to the outpost. In addition, using continuing missions text, once per turn, I can play a personnel that has 4 or less skill dots and no special download. Once per turn, when I do that, I can draw a card. So I'm going to go ahead and get an extra card draw. Oh, that's nice. Well, I like this card that I just drew. And since I can't play him for free... I'm sorry, Charlie, because I can't type at the moment. Answering your question in Twitch, this is being recorded, and we will eventually upload it to YouTube. So anyway,
Awesome.
Because I like this card I just drew, and I can't play it for free, I'm going to go ahead and make it my card play. So we're going to put Captain Worf out.
There's some star power right there.
So yeah, this guy is one that nice Klingon version of Worf. He was made by the Continuing Committee to have a strong Klingon option in our Next Generation decks. And he has got a bunch of skills and great attributes, and they even get boosted if we get a Kalar in play. I wonder if there's going to be a Kalar in this deck. You'll also see that in his description, his lore in the middle of his card, the word Worf is in boldface. That means that this is a persona of Worf. So basically, it's another version of the same guy, and so you can't have him and Worf or another version of Worf in play at the same time.
Yeah, for example, like you couldn't have a Deep Space Nine Worf in play who might be Federation personnel.
Mm-hmm.
This is a moment in time of Worf's career where for the mission he was needed to show that he was a Klingon captain, I believe, to talk to the captain of the Tong.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
From incidentally the episode that Intercept Sleeper Ship, Daniel's mission down there, is from.
Hey,
so that's why he is.
We're following the story.
Yep, that's why he is sleeved in a red Klingon sleeve. Is at that time he was acting as effectively a Klingon captain.
Yep. All right, so I have made my card play, and I have made my free play. I don't have a ship, so I can't really do a whole lot yet. I'm going to go ahead and add these 2 people to my crew 1 so that everybody's together on the outpost. In fact, I can come down here and click on crew 1, and you can see that my 4 people are here. So I don't have a ship yet, but I have quite a decent crew. Oh, and Worf has that command star as well, which is great because he is a captain. So he will help fly most of my ships. But since I can't play anything else, and I can't really do anything yet, I'm going to declare that my turn is over, and I will draw a card to end.
Okay. And on my first turn, if anybody's looking at my hand
here, and send it to Kris.
Yep. And Lackey, I think hit turn 1, right?
Yeah,
turn
down
2.
here. Yep. This turn button. Every time you change the turn, it auto saves, so that's helpful in case Lackey crashes.
The phase too, if you care.
Yep, you can turn the phases as well.
But it saves on the phases, I mean.
Oh, I didn't know that. People looking at my hand will see some strong characters, but you'll notice, unlike Daniel, I don't have an obvious, easy, free play Ferengi person to my Ferengi outpost. And in fact, most of my personnel have multiple, and in this case, too many skills. They have more than 4. So if I play them, I can do that, but then I will not draw a card, and I will not potentially draw into a free play. So as unorthodox as this is going to be, the person I'm going to play is actually Vacor. Vacor would not report for free because she is non-aligned. She is considered a mercenary per her text. However,
She's not.
does.
She's by the rules, she is compatible but not matching.
Correct. Good word choice. However, she will trigger this. So what I'm effectively trying to do is get that card draw, which I will take, and I'm really hoping that it's a Ferengi that's universal. And it turned out that it was. I mean, most people following at home will think we stacked the deck. We didn't. We just have mathed a lot, right, Patty? Patty did a lot of math to make sure that should not happen very often, where you don't draw at least 1 in your opening
Yep.
hand.
So he's trying to draw into something that he could play for free because he didn't have anything that would play for free.
Right. So now I did draw into another personnel. Now I do have a Ferengi that's universal. I think his name is Bot. I'm not sure how to say that.
Looks right.
But same as Daniel, I don't have a ship. I do have a crew now of 4 people, and I also played a person with a command star, Vacor, who had the command star.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in good shape as far as staffing any future ship for the moment. But I can't do a whole lot yet. It's too early to attempt a mission. I definitely don't want to get my mission specialists killed because they're worth 5 points in the future if I can kind of preserve them and protect them. So all I'm going to do is draw to end. So it'll pass the turn over to Daniel.
All right. So I'll go ahead and show, just for demo purposes, that I have another copy of this Besmoke guy in my hand. I cannot play him for free because Attention All Hands says it has to be a personnel that I do not already have in play. So I could play him as my card. He is universal. I can have multiple copies of him in play. I can play him as my card play. I just can't play another one for free unless the original one dies. So with that said, I am not going to play him, and I will instead play Dokar as my free play with Attention All Hands. Also worth noting that Dokar's property logo is Star Trek Generations, which is rare, but actually still fits with continuing mission.
Because of the timeline.
Yeah, basically, Generations is kind of considered, as far as the game is concerned, it's still considered the Next Generation era, whereas First Contact and later movies are kind of considered their own era.
It depends on which Enterprise. That's how I always think of it. Which Enterprise are they flying? That tells you what era it is.
Yep. Yep. Once you get into the Enterprise E, you're in a new era of exploration. So Dokar is free, and he has 4 or less skill dots, so he will also allow me to draw a card. And for my card play, I'll go ahead and play somebody cool again. Even though Worf is not going to like this guy, we'll go ahead and play Duras, who has a command star and, again, a whole lot of skills. So he's kind of a skill monster, and he has a special skill, which we haven't seen. Once each turn may kill an opponent's personnel here that just completed a mission. So if you can get him to a mission that your opponent is attempting and they solve, he kind of jumps in as an assassin and extracts vengeance on somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody in the Twitch chat asked, how do you know if a card is universal? And the answer is, if you look at the title of their card, they have a little diamond icon next to their name. That basically means that, like, even though this guy has a name, it's not meant to be this specific guy. He's meant as a representative. In other words, this guy Dokar is a random grunt with biology and transporter skill. He could represent any random crew member, and so you can have multiple copies of him in play. Whereas somebody like Worf does not have that icon, because there's only one Worf. So he does not have that icon, and you cannot have more than one of him in play. I hope that clears it up.
If you happen to be a 2E player, this is the opposite.
Yes. And ships can also be universal or not universal. The USS Enterprise is not universal. It is unique. There is only one Enterprise. However, USS Galaxy, which is the Enterprise's class, is a universal ship because it represents any Galaxy-class ship off the line, and you can have multiples of it in play. So I'm going to take my 2 people that I've played, put them into the crew. Again, I've got a pretty good crew assembled now, but again, I do not have a ship, so there's not a whole lot I can do. So I'm going to draw my card and my turn.
Just kind of piggybacking off what Daniel said about representative. That's a very key word in first edition. So my example is, I have a guy who I'm going to play that's named Rata, right? But if you read his lore box, it says Profiteer Representative of Ferengi Second Officers. So this particular person is just one of hordes of acquisition-hungry Ferengi people who want background character, effectively. Mm-hmm. This one has a name, but in theory, you could have 10 of him in play or 1 of him in play. It's just that guy that's on the background. In this one in particular, he was opposed to Bach's decision to give away the salvaged Enterprise at no cost. He wanted to sell it, and Bach decided to give it to Captain Picard. So very fitting. I'm going to play a Universal for free.
So the card does tell you, that's what this specific person did when you saw him on camera, but really he was not that important of his own, and just kind of represents anybody that could have filled that role.
Correct. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get a card draw with attentional hands. Sorry, continue mission, because Rada has too many skills. So I will play him for free, but I don't get a free card draw. And I think I can't let Daniel have all the star power, so I'm going to play Captain Picard as my card play. And like his Worf in the red sleeve, this is representative of when Captain Picard was controlled by Bach through the Thoughtmaker in the show, and he was at that point considered a Ferengi officer. So again, moment in time, Captain Picard was manipulated into attacking his own ship, acting in the interest of the Ferengi. So he is going to come with a command star. He also has a really
stretching
cool
the story a little bit, but to give us a Ferengi Picard in gameplay, that was the most creative way they could do it.
Yep, and it does have a couple cool restrictions. My card says if he's exposed, which means he would be an infiltrator right now. That's what this weird baseball diamond that shows fed. He would becomes fed, so he reverts back to being the captain of the Enterprise, and he's no longer under my control.
So Kris could use him as an infiltrator if his opponent is playing Federation. He could basically play him to the Federation side and do sneaky things with him.
Correct.
It's not common, but it is a strategy.
Yeah, a little more advanced strategy, and definitely not what I'm going to use now. To me, Captain Picard's just too important to let Daniel or the Federation have him, so I'm just going to use him to help me solve missions.
When we made these TNG cards, we had the idea that there should be one character that appeared in all 4 of the starter decks, and we made Patty. I don't think Patty was in charge of the creative team at the time, but we made creative team jump through hoops to justify a Ferengi, a Romulan, and a Klingon Picard.
Yep.
The latter two were easy. This one was a stretch.
Yep,
It's
yep.
a little stretch.
We did
like
that
you
with
said, a little stretch.
we did that with Quark as well in Deep Space Nine. I think they did it with Archer in the Enterprise block, and I believe they're doing it with Kirk in the TOS block that's been coming out. That is at least so far. I know there's one in the next set that may or may not make it through.
We gave it up. We
Did
gave
we?
it up at some point. We stopped doing it intentionally,
but sometimes
Yeah.
it just kind of happens.
there does happen to be a Fed and a Romulan Kirk, so there may be a Klingon one. We'll see.
Just kind of fun.
I have my fingers crossed because that was my design.
Yeah, and like Daniel, I have 6 people in play, but I think I'm gonna hope I draw another Universal guy because I'm kind of short on people right now. So I'm gonna just try to.
Technically, he could attempt a mission right now, and so could I.
Right.
By beaming down to the planet that his outpost is at. But that's really all he could do.
This is a really bad draw for me. Go ahead, Daniel.
And it seems better to at least get a ship out and have that flexibility. Okay, so all right, I do have a free play I can make, and it is Zagoff, a representative Klingon female from the Pa. And she's an engineer with 4 skills, so she will also allow me to draw a card with continuing mission. So one of the things you're seeing, if you did play back in the old Premiere alternate universe, back the first couple sets and then kind of dropped off, one of the things that has changed is we are playing and drawing more cards per turn than you used to be able to do. That is by design. We're moving through it slowly because we're showing the game, but that is by design. Extra card plays and card draws kind of helps the game go faster. Which, we've tried to put restraints and balance out some cards so that they don't get too fast, because some play engines and some draw engines can be stacked on top of each other. But the idea is that you want to have a couple of these and kind of help you get moving off the gate, because playing and drawing one and just going back and forth is too slow and too boring. Anyway, I've played 1 card and I got to draw off it, so I still have my card play. And let's go ahead and play our ship, because I've got a pretty decent crew now. So I'm going to play the Bortus.
Very big one.
Yes, this is the Klingon flagship from the Next Generation. It is Gowron's ship. Looking at this ship, on the bottom left, you can see the little diamonds down there. This ship requires 2 staff members and a command star to fly it. So you need at least 3 people of sufficiently high rank just to get it to move anywhere. Now, I do have several people with a command star, and you can use a command star to fill in for a staff star if you need it, but not the other way around. So just looking at my crew 1, I can see that here's someone with a command star, and Worf has a command star, and here's somebody with a staff star. So there are 3 people, so if they're on the ship can fly. So I have 7 people. So I think it may be time to make things interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and put my crew onto my ship. They will all beam from the outpost to the ship. So I will remove the token, and we'll put it on the ship. So crew 1 is now on the Bortus. and then we're going to fly it. This ship has a range of 9, so we can travel up to 9 span in a turn. So to determine span, or determine the range that you travel, it's pretty straightforward. For each adjacent mission you travel to, you just add that span. So if I want to move this way, that would cost 3 range. And then if I wanted to move over here, that's another 3 range. And if I wanted to move here, that's another 4 range. So that would be a total of 10. So this ship can't quite get there unless a card, unless I had a card that allowed it, that would give it a range boost or something like that. So if I went that direction, I could get this far this turn. That said, I'm going to go the other direction. I'm going to stop right here at C's Freighter. And we're going to see if we can pick up an easy 25 points here. Because we're going to try this mission out. Now the way attempting missions work, if I'm looking at... so first, I look at the requirements. You have to be Klingon to attempt this mission, so I'm good there. To solve the mission, you have to have 2 officers and honor and navigation. So that much basically has to survive the dilemmas and make it to the end. The other thing to think about is whether it is a planet or a space mission. If it is a planet, you have to beam down an away team, which means that you get to choose who's going to be on this mission, and you just send down whoever you want as part of your attempting crew, and then everyone you don't want to send can just hang back on the ship and wait. For a space mission, your entire ship attempts. There's no place to beam to, so everyone is involved. So
Daniel has declared a mission attempt.
Yep.
And at this point, what we would do, and again in Lackey, is you would pull the top card out.
So I'm feeling confident that these 7 crew can get through, or at least take a stab at trying to get through these dilemmas.
Yep. So I'm going to set this mission just down here. We know that that's where he is, but it's time to start revealing dilemmas.
Yep.
Depending on who you play, sometimes the person who is encountering it wants to reveal it. I think for demonstration purposes, I will flip it over for Daniel as he encounters it. So the very first dilemma he's going to encounter is called Hunter Probe, and that requires 2 security and 2 anthropology. And it says unless, so he has to check to see if he has those skills before we have anything else happen.
And I can tell you very clearly, very surely, I do not. Worf has security, but I don't have another security, and I have nobody with anthropology. So that part is going to fail. So we're going to keep reading and see what happens.
So it says, because he's going to fail an opponent, that would be me, chooses 2 personnel, and both of them die at the end of the turn. However, the mission does continue. So he is not going to be stopped. They're going to encounter the next dilemma, but only after I pick 2 people out. And,
to eventually die. They've been targeted, basically.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my crew 1 and right-click this tab, and I'm going to say Reveal to All, so that my opponent can also see who is in this crew.
Yep. So when I look at this...
Because he gets to see who I have, so that he can choose 2 personnel.
I'm slowly scrolling through them, and I'm seeing... there's no way that I can stop Daniel's ship from being able to move. Remember, it requires a command star and 2 staff.
Because I have a lot of those.
He has 3 of those, so I can't, and plenty of staffing. So I can't really kind of leave him dead in the water. So the most logical thing for me to do, I think, is to pick off some of his beefier people who are either going to have mission skills or really strong skills to solve the mission. And as much as we all love Worf, I gotta pick Worf. Worf's too good.
He has all of the mission skills.
Correct. So in the event Daniel doesn't solve this mission this turn, Worf will die, and he'll have to find a way to get past it at a later date. I'm also going to pick Duras just for the fear thematic point of the two of them don't like each other, so they'll die together. So, but again, those people are not stopped. They have just been targeted for death from the Hunter Pro.
They will die at the end of the turn. However, because the dilemma said mission continues, all 7 people in this crew are going to keep going and face the next dilemma.
Next dilemma is called the Arsenal Separated.
And the Hunter Pro, by the way, dilemmas will be removed from the game after their effect is out.
That's a good point. I just set it aside to remind us both that it's going to trigger.
Right, but once we're done with it, it will be removed from the game. Does not go in our discard pile. It is thrown out of the game entirely. We're just not going to see it again. The Arsenal Separated.
Divide your unique personnel. So this is going to be important people are going to get split up. And interestingly enough, Daniel only has the same 2, Duras and Worf. So he gets to pick the 2 of them, set them into a face-down pile separately, and then I will choose one of those 2 to get stopped.
So first, I'm going to go back into crew 1 here and hit reveal to others, none. I can actually do none and shuffle to mix them up.
Right.
That way, he can no longer see my crew 1 because now we're going to make a random choice, or a blind choice, I should say. So because I only have 2 unique personnel, they're going to be split into 2 face-down piles of 1 and 1.
And I think for those watching at home, I really need to stop Worf. I mean, really, with all those skills, it's a 50-50 shot. I am going to say that is who's going to get stopped.
Okay.
And I hope that's Worf. So that
this person will go back into my crew 1.
Yep.
And I have to show you cunning greater than 27 remaining in order to keep this attempt going. Which I think I can do. This guy has an 8 cunning. And then this makes 14, 19, 24, and 29. And no,
nice.
If you're watching on my screen, you know who is still remaining, but I did not show him to Kris because I didn't need to.
Does not have to. This dilemma is very good against people who are running stronger personnel, the full like lots of unique people who are really good. In most circumstances in a tournament, you're going to stop 3 or 4 people. In this, sealed deck scenario, or as a starter deck scenario, he only had a couple, so it's a little bit weaker in this particular game based on who's in play. But he has met the requirements. We stopped a guy.
Now, stopped means that this person is not dead, just removed from the mission attempt and unable to do anything else until the end of the turn.
Yep. Cannot help any further.
The remainder of the crew is going to keep going into the next dilemma.
And the last dilemma is called Dignitaries and Witnesses. And it's got a wall of text and different ways to pass it. And if Daniel can pass it now with no penalty, he would potentially be able to solve the mission. I guess I have no idea. That's such an odd set of requirements.
That is a tricky one. I don't think that I have those requirements, but I'm going to verify here.
Worf's not a general, right?
He is not. He's a captain.
Yep. And leadership ×3.
I don't believe I have 3 leadership, and I don't think I have an admiral or a general, and I'm just making sure. Those admiral, general, those are keywords. Those would generally be found either in the title of the card, like General Cord or Admiral Dougherty, or they would be somewhere in the card's lore. Like they might say, oh, this person was a general during this war, and then they count as a general. Yeah, I do not have a general or an admiral or a maj, which is Kazon only.
Kazon.
And I do not have 3 leadership at the moment, so I cannot pass this.
So when he can't pass it, we flip it back over.
It does not say discard dilemma, so it's still here. So I have to come back with those requirements if I want to solve this mission. I'll have to do that at a later time.
And the mission attempt ended, so I will put the mission back in place.
Yep. Because I did not pass a dilemma, that stops the remainder of my crew. So they can't move, they can't do anything else. They are done for the turn.
And at this point, that's when the hunter probe is going to take effect, assuming Daniel is in the order phase or the end of the turn phase.
Yes, I'm going to end my turn, which will kill Worf and Duras. However, I'm also going to, well, they're going to die from hunter probe.
Okay.
I'd also like to note, I would just ask you, Kris. Worf's a pretty good guy, right? You'd say he's pretty honorable.
He's very honorable. Why?
He is quite honorable. So he
boy.
would
Here we
definitely
go.
he would definitely be somebody that if he died, you would want to yell to warn the dead that he's coming.
Oh no! Is that card really in that deck?
It is in my hand.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my gosh! I didn't know that card was in that deck.
Yeah.
Well, for those watching at home, whenever somebody does this to me, I make them do it. If this is a Taki card, it's going to require Daniel to yell to warn the dead to earn the bonus points. I feel like everyone in the chat, not me, because it's happening to me. Everyone watching this video needs to yell. You all have to.
I can't yell because I have neighbors and my fiance in the room who would in the other room who would be
What's
very
Charlie's
confused.
excuse? How many people are in this call? Somebody's got to do it.
Ah!
I have to do a Bring On Death Yell. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Daniel,
here we
you
go.
gotta do it. You got to do it. There we go. That's a good one.
So I'm pretty sure there's a rule somewhere that says
My fiance yelled louder.
That's awesome. Way to go, Allison.
if you're in a place that you can't yell, you don't have to, because there's a story, and I don't know if it's true or not, that an early tournament, lots of people were playing this card and yelling in the game store, and it was freaking out everybody else, and they got in trouble.
Because the card
So
text
decipher-
actually says yell to warn the dead to earn bonus points.
That's really funny.
So from a rules standpoint, for people that don't know what's going on, I played an interrupt card. Interrupts can be played at any time if the requirement, if the conditions for the game meet you being able to play it. In this case, you can only play it if a Klingon with honor was just killed. So that happened because Worf is dying. So I am playing the death yell, yelling to warn the dead, and it's going to give me 5 bonus points. So even though I have some dead crew members and failed my mission attempt, I'm actually in the lead with 5 points.
Just so that I feel the need to reiterate this, we are not stacking these decks. That is that just happened. That can happen in a crazy game of First Edition where the inmates run the asylum, and the fact that Worf is on the picture yelling at his own death just makes me laugh.
So as for what I do with this card, normally interrupts would be placed in the discard pile. Because this one has a point box, we're going to put it in pointers because it can't be replayed. It gets set aside as a reminder that, hey, this card scored me bonus points. All right, and because I have not done it yet, and it is the last thing to call out, I am drawing to end my turn.
Okay, well, my turn is not going to be nearly as fun as Daniel's. I'm kind of, if people are looking at my side of the board, I'm really starved for draws. You guys can see that I have all these unique people who have too many skills, and I still don't have a ship. I'm kind of torn between playing a ship with the attentional hands or just playing one unique person this turn. Because I am at a planet mission, I can still attempt a mission even if I don't have a ship. So I'm going to err on the side of playing Damon Bach, who has Treachery ×2 for this particular mission. And he also has a classification I don't have. I don't have any, I thought he did, maybe not. I don't have a lot of engineer. I guess I do have one. I did not know bot had an engineer. Never mind. He has Exo, which is a rarer skill. He's also a commander to help me fly a ship in the future if I need to. But more importantly, he thematically is also a Captain Picard, so he's really controlling him.
He can capture.
Right.
Now, just quick aside. Alan asked in chat if there's a place in Lackey to mark your score, and there is. Over on the left side where our players are, we have this point box, and you can subtract or add points to it. You can set it to 0.
Yeah, you should set it to -30. Give me a head start.
So I have set it to 5.
Okay.
So that is where we can keep track of our points. Yeah. All right, you can continue. Sorry, I'm just answering.
No, you're fine. I'm just going to I'm gonna set aside I think one person, and then I'm gonna attempt with everybody else. And to the point of earlier about mission specialists, I don't know if any of these missions have it, but this one does actually. So this one requires science in bold as the classification, arc astrophysics and stuff. I don't want Kayron to die before he could potentially score 5 points from examined battle site. So I'm going to set Kayron
because he would
aside.
use his only skill to solve that mission. So he could be worth bonus points there.
Correct. So I'm going to set him in a different area. He's going to stay on the outpost. I'll clear
since
this.
You don't have a ship. You are just beaming down to this planet.
Correct. From the outpost.
The only place you are currently able to go.
Correct. From the outpost, they're going down. Like I said,
did you do a free play or you just played Bach?
Dude, my draw sucks so bad right now. I have no people who can play for free or who draw cards. So Kayron is going to just sit in the outpost, have a beer. Everybody else is going to go do some work.
Which that is allowed because this is a planet mission. You can keep people aboard. In this case, you can keep people aboard the outpost.
Correct. So crew 1, which has 6 personnel, is going to walk down to fittingly titled the last outpost.
All right.
And they're going to attempt it.
So I'll go ahead and flip the first dilemma over for you.
Primitive culture.
You might actually get through this one.
To get past requires a whole lot of stuff I couldn't possibly have.
And one you probably do.
Yeah, so for watching at home, there's no way I'm going to have Vulcans. There's no way I'm going to have 4 red boards.
It's unlikely. It's possible.
There's no way I'm going to have 6 Klingons or 2 Tal Shiar or 2 Obsidian Order or a Vorta and 2 Jem'Hadar. There are really only 2 ways I can pass this: anthropology and civilian, or acquisition and 2 greed. Now, I might actually have them both, but I feel like acquisition and greed should be right in the wheelhouse of these guys, and of course they don't have that either. Anthro and civilian.
I saw a little, but I don't know if I saw. I don't think I saw enough. I thought I saw one guy that had acquisition and greed, but 2 greed.
So I have an anthropologist, but I don't have a civilian. Civilian would be in that the top box where Picard says officer. It would say civilian.
Yeah, that's generally not a skill. That usually is only going to appear as a classification.
Correct. Acquisition and 2 greed. We have a Rata, and in fact, if we were to draw another Rata, we would be able to use both of them to get past it. But interesting enough, this group of Ferengi are not very greedy, and as luck would have it, I don't even have one back home either. So I am fully stopped.
So
I cannot pass.
This does not pass. We will reflip it. That ends the mission attempt, and all of his personnel on the planet are stopped. So that dilemma will still be there. He is going to have to find that other greed if he wants to get through and keep going.
Or a civilian.
Yeah.
I was missing one of both. So that's all I can do, folks. They are stopped. Kayron's on the outpost. All I can do is draw a card. And of course, it's still not a universal person. Patty, I blame you. You designed this poorly. Just kidding. Go ahead.
All right. So my turn. So I'm going to take the only free play I can make at the moment, which is Larg. And he is not in play. And because he has 4 skill dots, I will draw a card from him. Oh, you're a little late, but okay. We're going to make, as our card play, we're going to play the greatest warrior of them all,
Oh, wow.
Kalis himself, which coincidentally has 3 leadership that we need to get through that last dilemma. The dignitaries and witnesses. We needed 3 leadership.
And you got it on one guy.
I got it on one guy.
That seems fair.
So, with that said, as we established, even with my 2 dead Klingons, I still have enough people to fly the Bortus. So it is going to fly back home and pick these 2 people up. And we've used 3 range. We're going to fly back and attempt again.
Just so everybody's clear, so you've flown 3 home, and you flew 3, so now that's total of 6.
I've flown 6. Yeah.
So Daniel
6
has
of my
3
9.
range. Yes, 3 range remaining. He just showed us the 3 leadership and cunning greater than 20, which should not be hard.
Yeah, Kalis himself has a cunning of 5. So
really...
I will throw out an 8 for 13, and a 6 for 19, and a 5 for 24.
He's really dumb. Why is Kalis only a 5? I didn't know that.
That's because he's a clone.
Okay.
He doesn't remember anything.
Valid. Okay.
Kalis
So
also doesn't think through his problems. He cuts them in half with a bat list. So.
Well, okay, fair enough. So now there are no dilemmas remaining. The question is, can Daniel solve the mission?
And actually, I cannot, because one thing that happened was my navigation was killed when Worf died, and I have not played a replacement, as Kalis does not have any, and my free play does not have any. So I actually do not have the requirements to solve this mission. I just came back over here to get the dilemma out of the way. That said, when a mission attempt ends, if your personnel are not stopped, they don't get stopped by not passing the mission. So my crew are not stopped, and they still have a little bit of range left. So I'm going to go ahead and take that last 3 range and fly back home and redock at the outpost.
So an important strategy point for right now is that mission is totally open. He can solve it, and in theory, if he waits until Chorus or Conmel would show up,
I can get some bonus
if he has
points.
them in his deck, he can get an extra bonus point out of them. And I think you have Vacor for a bonus as well, right? An honor mission specialist.
I don't. Yes, Vecma. Vecma is an honor mission specialist, and yes, I think at least one of them. In fact, they might both be in the deck. I think Chorus or Conmel or.
Yep. So Daniel, by clearing out that mission, Daniel's setting it up to score a lot of points on a future turn.
Yep. Just because this isn't a mission, I don't have to worry about Kris stealing it. He can't steal this one, so I may as well go ahead and get the dilemma out of there so that I don't have to worry about it. And I can just go in there and solve it as soon as I find the requirements. Or whenever I want. So with that said, my ship is out of range. Again, I could beam down to the mission that I placed my outpost on. I don't remember what dilemmas I put there. And I kind of don't want to face my own dilemmas right now. And also risk losing the crew that I might need for that other mission. So I'm going to stop right there, and I will draw and end my turn.
Okay. Anybody remembers, I needed some greed, and I do have a couple of options of greed in my hand. I have either Dr. Eridor or Cole. I'm just going to look at my personnel and see, do I really need any of their other skills? And when I look kind of through them, I see that I don't really have a lot of medical, and I don't have a lot of diplomacy. So it's kind of a 50-50, not really knowing what the next dilemmas are going to require. I'm going to play Cole, who has the navigation that Daniel needs and the greed that I need. And he also has science diplomacy, and he will get a boost if he's with Dr. Eridor, who I could play on a future turn. So with that, again, I don't have any universals. It's just coming out that way where I'm kind of playing a card, and that's all I can really do each turn. But the people who were stopped before are now not stopped, and Cole can beam down from the outpost and help them pass that primitive culture. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to attempt the mission.
Okay, so you're still keeping one person on the outpost?
I am. I'm still keeping Kayron back there. He wants another round of just drinking.
Gotcha.
I'm going to save him.
You are just adding one person to the attempt and trying again.
Yep, correct.
So
now go ahead.
Now you have the acquisition and the 2 greed?
I hope so. Greed on Cole, acquisition greed on Rata.
Okay. So now you have passed the primitive culture. So I'll go ahead and take this dilemma and throw it in my remove tab, and it's out of the game. And your entire crew gets to go to the next game, or the next dilemma. I had a question in chat, the Twitch chat. Does it make sense to buy any of the old Premier set cards or just download the PDF sets? From a pure gameplay standpoint, everything is downloadable. Everything is printable. So in fact, we have a deck editor on our website on trekcc.org where you can build your deck with whatever cards you need and just set it up to just print those images out as a big PDF. So you don't have to buy any cards. That said, some people prefer using the physical cards when they can, and if you want to do it that way, more power to you. Also, you're going to want to have, if you play, offline, if you play paper, you're going to want to have some cards available to use as backing cards that you can insert these cards into and sleeve up, and so you're going to want to have some on hand anyway, but besides that, it's totally up to you.
Since we kind of paused, I just want to let everybody know, Daniel and I are going through a demo right now, but if you are watching what we are doing and you're interested in playing, we have a number of players who are on this Zoom call, number of CC people, non-CC people who are happy to jump in and teach you the game, and you can learn to play on your own, while Daniel and I are doing this. Don't feel like you need to wait until we're done with our game. We're just trying to show it to you. For anybody who's going to watch at home, but I mean,
if you were on the call or if you were in Twitch chat, if you want to be walked through a game yourself, just let us know, and someone else on the call will be happy to help you get started.
Yep, I see at least 3 people who are capable of jumping in and teaching the game with any one of these starters. Okay, anyway, back to our game. So Daniel, the next one will be what?
So he has passed the first dilemma here at the last outpost, which happens to be his only outpost.
Yeah.
So our next one is called History Repeats Itself.
Okay. So randomly select 3 personnel.
Or 6 personnel if more than 9 personnel present. Well, he doesn't have that many people out.
Yeah. So I just have. He's going to randomly select 3. So I'm going to go reveal to owner, none, and shuffle, and then Daniel can go into my tab and pull them out. That's what these arrow keys and lackey are for. I can go over to him and see his stuff. He can go over to me and see my stuff.
Yeah, you can change player here. Now, on my screen, they show up as face down cards because he's not currently revealing the crew to me because I am going to be selecting them randomly. So I'm going to take 3 of them, and we can just put them out on the table, right? Because we need to check if they have anthropology.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to choose 3 and put them out on the table, and if any of those 3 have anthropology, all 3 will be stopped. And if none of them do, then he skates by. So here's one. It's Damon Bach. And Phallus, no anthropology yet. And Vacor. Nobody here has anthropology. So he has managed to get through this one. I think you had one in play, right?
I do believe I have one.
So
I think it's bot.
he got lucky and I didn't choose it.
Yep. Pretty much a 50-50. Yep, I do have one. You could have hit bot and it would have been stopped.
All right. So that said, so if they had been stopped, then he would have had just half an away team left to go on to the next dilemma. But since they weren't, he's at full strength, ready for his next one.
To get past requires 2 anthropology. Fitting. I do not have that. Or personnel with officer and empathy, so they'd have to have both of those skills. Or a staff ship with a holodeck. So it's kind of 2 really hard things or 2 anthropology. As people who are watching see, I don't have a ship in play at all, let alone one with a holodeck.
Right.
And
empathy is difficult for Ferengi, but not impossible.
Right. So at this point, I'm going to be stopped, knowing that on my next turn, it'd be really great if I have in my hand an anthropology and could play it, or if I draw into one. So they are stopped. They are partied out, and all I can do is draw to end my turn. But I did get by 2 dilemmas. So that was a productive turn.
Yep. He may have moved through his mission a little slower, but he has seen all the dilemmas, and nobody in his crew has died, so he does have that going for him.
Right. I'm making up for the lack of free plays with the fact that no one's dead.
Yes. Okay, so it's over to me.
Yep.
I think I do not have a free play this turn, but it's possible I could draw into one if I play the right card.
Oh, you win.
I'm going to play Vacor because she has the navigation that I need. She's universal, but I can't play her as my free play because her color does not match my outpost. She's compatible, so she can work with my crew, but she is not matching. However, she does still allow me to draw a card off of continuing mission, so I'm going to do that. Okay. I did not draw a card that I can play for free, so that is all I can do for plays. I'm going to go ahead and add her to my crew here. So I could go solve this now. You know what? We're going to just go ahead and get it over with. I'm going to fly here. And we're going to go ahead and attempt this mission again and try to solve it.
Okay. And we know there's no dilemmas left, right?
Hang on. I think I have... I need to make sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, there's no dilemmas left. I have an officer and another officer. And I have honor on this mission specialist. And a navigation. So I have all the mission skills. I will solve this mission. It's going to score me 25 points. It would score me 5 bonus points if I have Chorus or Conmel in the crew. I do not. I haven't drawn into them yet. However, because I have assigned mission specialists, Vecma used her only mission skill to help solve this mission, so she is going to score me 5 bonus points. So I will score 30 points from this mission, which will bring me to 35. Just to reiterate, in official tournament format, you need 100 points to win. You also need to have solved both a planet or space mission. If you don't, you need an additional 40 points. So you can solve with all space or all planet if you get to 140. So I'm on the board with 35 and a space mission done.
Yep.
And
you still have enough range too to go home potentially, right? If you wanted to.
I've only used three range, so yes. I'll go ahead and pull this mission a little toward me to show that it has been solved. I'm actually going to go 5 more range and head to the intercept sleeper ship, and we're going to attempt over here.
Okay.
Because my crew is not stopped. There's nothing out here there are no dilemmas. There's nothing that stopped them after the attempt, so they are able to keep going.
Man, you hit both. I didn't know I put both of these combos together. You don't have very many unique people. Still don't.
I think I'm back to having 2. No, I've only got 1.
Okay, so your unique piles are going to be 1 with 1 and 1 with 0. I guess I'll
Yes.
stop the 1.
Okay, so my 1 unique person is stopped. To get past, ship must still be staffed and have integrity greater than 27 remaining. Okay. The ship is staffed. Here's a command and a staff star and a staff star. And I'm showing you 17 integrity there. And here's 22, and here's 26, and here's 31.
Okay. So that ship is staffed. His integrity is over, so we're going to discard that dilemma.
So 1 person is stopped. He will not get to continue with the rest of the attempt, at least until next turn. But the remainder of the crew will continue.
Okay. The next dilemma up is Ancient Computer.
Ancient Chinese secret. Cannot get past unless 2 computer skill or 3 science or 3 engineer present. All right, let me check on those. Looking at computer skill, I have 1, but not 2. 3 science or 3 engineer. There's a science, there's an engineer, and engineer. So here's an engineer, here's an engineer, and here's an engineer.
Okay. So he will pass the Ancient Computer as well.
I have enough smart people to figure it out.
And the last one says, unless you have 2 leaders with honor or 2 leaders with treachery, place on mission.
Crew must have any attribute greater than double the mission points to solve. Well, you stopped my... Okay, for the purposes of Star Trek rules, a leader is any personnel with officer or leadership. So I need to find personnel that have leadership and honor, or leadership and treachery, or officer and honor, or officer and treachery. And I think I just have 1. This guy is a leader with treachery. He is an officer. I have other leaders and I have other honor or treachery, but I don't have somebody with both. So that is going to fail. They're failing a dilemma that says unless, so that is going to stop the attempt. And it's also going to place this dilemma on top of the mission.
So I'm going to rotate it just so that we can see that it's on it. And it has this weird countdown box over it. That's what that 2 in the green little box means.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to right click on it, yellow token +1, right click on it, do it again.
So there's 2 counters on it, and the owner of the card, that's Kris, will remove a counter at the end of each of his turns. So once it's out of counters, the dilemma goes away. So it's going to sit on here, making this mission harder to solve by adding an extra requirement. But just for the next 2 turns. In the meantime, my crew is completely stopped. So I'm going to go ahead and end my turn. I will draw a card, and I will send it back to you.
Okay. People on my side remember that I needed anthropology to get past that last dilemma, or someone with empathy or a holodeck, or there's lots of other things I did not have. I do have an anthropology in my hand, and I will card play it. It is Quark.
Hey, he's a good one.
He's a very good one.
He has all kinds of skills.
He does.
He's also a civilian, which was something you were wanting.
I needed that a couple of turns ago. Yeah, so he's about a turn late on the civilian part, but the anthro is what I'm really looking for.
He's a bartender, which is actually important sometimes.
So at this point, I know that Kayron is safe. He can come off the outpost. He's not going to die from that last dilemma. But I still don't have a ship, so my only real option is to beam down and attempt the last outpost and try to see if I can solve it or get by the last dilemma, which I recall I think needed anthropology. But let's go see what Daniel's got in store for us.
So are you now sending everyone?
I will. I'll
Okay.
send the whole team.
So here we are. So it looked like 2 anthropology was going to be your...
Yep. I have bot
Your
and I
wall.
have new quirk.
All right. So that will finally get through this dilemma. And you have no dilemmas remaining. So at this point, we now check and see if you have the requirements. There are
That'd be
2
really-
sets to choose from.
That'd be really funny if I didn't.
I'm going to guess that one set is easier than the other for you. One of them, one of the sets is easier for Ferengi, and one of them is easier for Federation. But you, of course, you can solve it any way you are able.
I want to go for style points. I'm seeing if I can do it the wrong way.
You got Picard in there. He might be
I do.
able to...
I can do. All right. Typically, I would solve this the Ferengi way, the acquisition, security, and 2 treachery, which I do have, but I'm going to show the other side.
But is one going to get you bonus points?
Neither is, unfortunately.
Okay.
My mission specialist has navigation, and they have science.
Okay.
So I'm going to do it the Fed way with my Ferengi Federation people. Diplomacy 1. Where's the other dip? Diplomacy
Leadership
2.
officer. Yeah.
And leadership officer going the wrong direction with Picard helping the Ferengi solve the last outpost. So they are going to solve it for 35. Daniel and I are now tied at 35 apiece. So I'm going to go in lackey and hit set to 35.
And we'll pull this mission towards him as completed.
Yep. Both did it at the exact same time. And unfortunately, I don't have a ship. Unlike the cool kids over there in the giant Bortas, we're still looking for a way to get moving. So at this point, all I can really do is go back to my outpost and wait for a ship. So I will draw to end.
Charlie was mentioning in the Twitch chat how these starter decks are designed to play really well with cards from the first couple sets of the game. If you are a returning player, there are a lot of players that only played the first set or only played the first couple of sets and stopped playing before it branched out into adding the movies and adding the other series. And so a lot of people only have cards that are from the next generation. So these sets have been designed to make it easier to use those cards. Just by taking cards you own and throwing in continuing mission and attention all hands, your decks get a lot more powerful. Just having that extra play and extra draw every turn is a big boost. So if you already have a bit of a collection and it's mostly early stuff and you're looking specifically for what cards have come out that will make these cards better, the sets you want to look for online are the Next Generation, which was a big set that primarily focused on that show, and that was its intention, was making these cards better. So the Next Generation and the other couple sets that were in that block, which are Engage and The Sky's the Limit. And then also Coming of Age, which was a set we released that kind of went back to the Next Generation stuff and added a little bit more and updated our starter decks, which are the starter decks that we're playing with right now. So those are all great sets to take a look at if you're just looking to enhance the cards that you already own. Okay, so it's my turn now?
It is, sorry. Yeah, I was just letting you go.
Fair enough. All right, so I'm going to... Oh, we missed one thing. At the end of your turn, go ahead and remove a counter from your dilemma.
Correct.
It counts down. So I only have one more turn that I have to worry about that extra requirement. And it will be gone if I wait until next turn.
Had a couple people come in and go since last time we checked in with everybody. So hello to everybody in the Zoom call. feel free to jump in at any time if you have questions. Don't worry about interrupting us. We don't mind.
Yep.
We're here for you to help you figure out what you need figured out. So
I'm Dan.
I'm in if you need anything.
I'm Dan
Oh, thanks.
Matteson. I'm
Checking
the writing team manager and the former director of communications. I'm in a demo game right now with Kris Sonsteby, who is the director of organized play. And if anybody else wants to try to get into a game, just let us know, and someone will be happy to help get you set up. If you just want to watch, feel free. If you have any questions, please ask. Okay, so I'm going to. I have one free play I can make, and that is Losta, who unfortunately has a download icon on his card, so he is not going to allow me a card draw. I don't think the card he downloads is in this deck, but if you're building a tournament deck with him, then you'd want to put that in, because that's a pretty good download. Lower Decks is an event card that'll come out on the table and basically give all your universal personnel a nice stat boost. So that's not going to draw me a card, but I do still have a card play to make. And I think I'm going to try to... I don't know if it's going to be enough to get through that mission attempt. I don't think I'm going to have... well, I have to... I'm not going to be able to do that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play Commander Kalar. Like I said, she's a little late.
Yeah, she's there. Her boyfriend's already dead.
Yeah, she's back. She's out for vengeance. This filled a hole. I think that there was a Federation Kalar, and only had in the very first set, only had a couple of skills, and I think this was one that was asked for a lot. Was how come we don't have a Klingon Kalar? And now we do. Yeah, she's pretty loaded as far as skills. She's actually a help for this mission that I'm attempting. She's actually one of the requirements, so she's going to help me out in a minute.
Real quick, one thing I wanted to point out. Kris pointed this out internally, but if you're watching, you may notice that Daniel seems to have a lot more people in play. That's just sort of the luck of a draw of a card game. If you've played a card game, you know that. But Daniel has managed to hit a universal guy almost every turn, and Kris hasn't for most of his turns. So.
Yeah, I've gotten a few extra plays and a few extra draws because I've just been kind of lucky with what I have drawn.
And there are lots of cards that mitigate these things. Just like if you're familiar with Magic, you have extra mana generation. But if you're getting land screwed and you're not hitting your land drops in that game, you're gonna have that happens. And in Trek, if you aren't getting the free plays you need, it happens. You know, if they all get shuffled to the bottom of the deck, you're going to have a bad time. But
however, one of the consequences of getting an early start was a couple of my strongest people did die pretty early, so that kind of set me back a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, I wasn't complaining. I was just looking at the game state going, you know, it might look weird to somebody that sees that Daniel's got such a larger, like, it's not even that large now, but you have a ship out, I don't have a ship out, you have a bunch more people than I do. It's not that Daniel's had more turns. His deck has just been running a little bit more efficiently than mine.
And also,
that happens.
And also the free play engine is restrictive to the point that it only allows you to play free universal people. So it's not like I'm cranking out Bridge Crew. You know, you can't use it in a Federation deck and start cranking out Picard, Data, Riker, every turn for free. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
It's only going to give you, like, your grunts that have a couple skills here and there. But, extra people, free people is free people.
Right. And draws.
And I will take an extra grunt and an extra draw over nothing. So I've made my card plays. I'm looking at my ship's crew. I know that I can solve this mission. However, there is currently an extra requirement that I have to have any attribute greater than double the point box of the mission, which is 40. So I have to have an attribute over a total attribute over 80. I don't think that's going to be possible with 8 people. So I'm not going to be able to solve this right now. Instead, I'm going to fly home and pick up my crew, and I will wait a turn because next turn that dilemma will be gone, and I won't have to worry about it. I've flown 6. I could go to Amnesty Talks, but I don't think I want to do yet another space mission.
Yeah, it'd be a 3rd space mission, right?
So for the moment, I moved 3 and 6 and picked up my people, so I'm going to move 3 back here.
Sure.
And just kind of prepare to solve that next turn. So I will stop there. I can even, just for fun, because in case I were worried about being exposed, I could cloak this ship and just kind of hide out from Kris. But I don't think Kris is going to come over and battle me. He's way over on the other end, and he doesn't even have a ship out yet. So I'm not too concerned about it right now, but that is an option. It is a ship with a cloaking device. So I'm going to just draw and end my turn.
Okay.
Maybe explain cloaking.
Yeah, so some ships have a cloaking device, and once per turn, you can either cloak or decloak your ship. If you do that in Lackey, you just kind of flip it over. Hey, this is a cloaked ship. If the cloak is shipped, if the ship is cloaked, if the ship is cloaked, your opponent cannot see it and therefore cannot fire on it. For starters. There's a few other factors. There's some other rulings on what you can and can't do with cloaked ships, but that's the general idea, is that if it can't be seen, it can't be shot at. But you can't cloak and decloak in the same turn. You can only do one. So I could cloak it now, and then on my next turn, I could decloak it. You can also move while cloaked, but you can't fire while cloaked. So I could cloak it, I could move down the space line, and then decloak and shoot at Kris, for example. I didn't do any of that, but that is how it works.
If we could pause for just a second, one of our guests, Morgan, here in the Zoom call, had a really good question. He said, with Lackey, what's built in networking-wise? Is there like text chat, video chat? Do most people playing a normal game use something else on the side like Zoom to chat while playing? Lackey is just the tool in which you can put the cards on the table. It doesn't actually have any rules enforcement. It's not like Hearthstone or Magic Arena. You have to know how to play. It's just a virtual table with a virtual set of binders to build your cards.
It does have text chat in the game. Like I can just type
Hello.
I just typed hello Kris in the chat. There is a text
Hello.
chat, so you can do it that way. However, most people will use an audio plugin, usually something like Skype or Discord, in order to
Skype
or Zoom.
Skype works. Zoom works well. I've actually played a couple of games on Zoom, and we have them on our YouTube channel. You can watch. There is a Discord server that is pretty well populated by Trek players, where people use that. It's your personal preference, really, but it really makes the game go faster when you can talk versus typing everything back and forth. So our standard policy for online play is you use Lackey and some sort of voice chat. Video is entirely optional.
Yeah, we generally recommend Skype because a majority of our people are already on that. But if 2 players decide they want to use a different voice chat program, there's no issue with that. You can use whatever you like, whatever the players agree on.
Yeah, exactly. Just to dogpile on that, I've also had a game where myself and a player from Wisconsin, we were having internet connectivity issues. We just called each other on our phones and had it. We just had it on speakerphone next to the game while we were playing. And so again, any way you can possibly do voice chat will work.
Whatever's going to get it done.
Right. Exactly. So if it's over to me, anybody who's looking knows I do not have a ship in play yet. I have a couple Ferengi shuttles in my hand, but they are really kind of small. Their range is 7, their weapons are 4, their shields are 5. And not that Daniel's in my neighborhood yet, but if he did come over here, I don't want this gigantic Bortos to be able to blow up a little shuttle. So I'm going to use the ability on this card called Attention All Hands. Lets me download a universal TNG ship to the matching outpost. So it needs to be a Ferengi ship. But I feel like I need to get something a little bigger than a shuttle, given what he already has on the space line.
Not to derail you, but I don't think you're going to find something larger than a shuttle in that deck.
Really, dude? That's
Yeah,
right.
the
It's
revisions gave them all one unique ship and two small
okay.
universals. But you are allowed to download from your hand.
Correct.
Kind of silly in this situation, but if you have a card that you only have one copy of and you need to be able to download it, you are legally allowed to download from your hand. It just
Okay. I guess I
doesn't
thought
usually
the
help you.
Universal Decora was in my. All right.
If it was, we'd have seeded it.
I would have. Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess I don't have a choice.
I think they wanted you to not have that advantage over the other decks.
Right.
By choosing a different ship.
I'm Ferengi. I want every advantage I can get.
Yes.
So okay. So I want to get onto the Ferengi shuttle, I guess, despite my intentions on not wanting to be on. I'm going to put everybody on it. So I'm going to edit note, and crew 1's now going to be on that ship. So it should show up, and on Daniel's side that he can see my crew 1. They are going to fly 6 range, over to reignite or investigate dead planet. That's what this one's called.
Okay.
And
engineer is some cunning and either an acquisition or data.
Yep.
Well, one of those he's going to have.
Yeah,
it's not data.
It's definitely data.
Though there is some non-aligned data out there, so it is possible.
I'm gonna do what for people watching at home. Last time I kept a guy out, and it was Kron, because Kron has this science which examine battle site needs. On Daniel's turn, Daniel used his honor mission specialist to pick up 5 points from assigned mission specialist.
Mm-hmm.
And I still kind of think I want him to be able to score those 5 points. So I'm going to leave him on the Ferengi scout vessel. And then my entire crew 1 will beam down and attempt the mission. So I'm going to clear the note. So now Daniel knows they're down on the planet.
Huh.
What kind of bad things do you have in store for me here?
Well, the first dilemma we have here is called lack of preparation.
Okay.
Which has different requirements based on whether the person attempting is playing a Borg deck or not. Obviously, we're not playing Borg today. The Borg, for those of you watching that have not encountered them before, the Borg are like playing an entirely different game.
Inside our game.
Yeah, the Borg have a completely different set of rules.
So we do not advise you to learn how to play Borg before you learn how to play the first. So we're clear on that. In fact, or you could be like me and just never learn how to play Borg.
The Borg is expert level.
So what this is requiring me to have is engineer cunning grade of 32 and acquisition or data. Well,
he has to show that he has the requirements for this mission.
Yep, I do have an engineer.
That he's not bluffing by trying to get rid of some dilemmas.
Yep, Bot has an engineer, cunning of 6, cunning of 12 with Follis, cunning of. There's more 6s right there.
And if he is bluffing, and he doesn't have the requirements, he's going to lose 10 points. And incidentally, in first edition, you can have negative points. If he had 0, he could go to -10.
Right there is cunning of 32. And I have a couple more guys.
Yep.
So I have enough cunning.
And
I had an engineer on
and I see
Bot,
some acquisition.
and I've got some acquisition on Rata.
Okay. So you will pass lack of prep. Moving on to the next one. Let's just say Alan Moraine.
Oh no. So this is a random selection. So I'm going to reveal. I right-clicked. I hit reveal to owner, none, and shuffle. And now on Daniel's screen, you should be able to see that my tab is hidden, and he can pick out whoever he wants to. So Chula the Chandra says he's randomly selecting personnel. So it's just the first person he picks, and then we have to match attributes, or those people who do not are stopped.
Somebody compared learning the Borg to playing Dredge in Magic. I think you're not wrong. Okay, so I'm going to pick one crew member that will automatically continue, and then everyone else has to match one of the numbers on that crew member, or they will be stopped. So we'll pull one out. It's Bot. So Bot continues, and anyone with Integrity 6 will continue, and anyone with Cunning 6 will continue, and anyone with Strength 5 will continue.
Bot's an interesting choice because we saw that I had some Cunning of 6 people, I think.
He's kind of middle of the road.
He's very middle of the road.
Average
Cole's
dude.
Cole's going to match him.
You don't have Dr. Eridor out yet, right?
I do not.
Okay.
That was a good point. I didn't play him. I had him in my hand. I didn't play him because I played Quark.
Okay, so yeah, he's good.
Man, he's so 665. These two guys match, which is hilarious.
You only have to match one number, and he matches all three.
But they might be the only ones. 665 is what I'm looking for.
They don't all have to match. Just one has to match.
Yep. So he's also a 6. He will go.
He matches Cunning.
This one doesn't match at all. 576.
Nope.
It's gonna get stopped. 583. Gonna get stopped.
Yep.
494. Gonna get stopped. 276. That's not gonna help.
Nope.
And 886. Not gonna help.
All right.
So he's managed to stop a whole bunch of people. And these three guys are the only ones left going in the attempt. So I'm going to take these guys now and just kind of set them aside by putting them in crew 2 in Lackey, so they know they're not part of the active attempt.
Just pulling them out of play because they are stopped. So I've removed the dilemma, and he has 3 people left to face the last dilemma.
Is it friendly?
Next turn, he'll get everybody back. What did you say?
I'm thinking to myself, it's probably friendly fire, isn't it?
You are absolutely correct. It is friendly fire.
So I would need 2 leadership and 2 security with who I have left. And as we recall, he stopped a lot of people. I do have a security, but I don't have any leadership.
Yeah, that's a lot of skills to find among 3 people.
Right. So because they're in the attempt and they're active, they are going to face the consequences, which is one of these silly Ferengi shot the other and his friend. I'm going to randomly shuffle them.
And just to note, it is one of the people that is in the attempt. It does not include the people that have already been stopped. They're out of the attempt.
Which is really good for me because my good people all got stopped. Yeah. My background characters are who's left facing this.
They just discovered they were too incompetent to keep going on their own.
Right. They said, you guys go ahead.
All right, I'm going to kill this one.
That's my mission specialist who has navigation, and he was a security for that dilemma. So he is dead. Now, I failed the requirements, right?
Daniel? Right, which does stop you. But also, this dilemma does not go back underneath because it says that it goes on top of the mission with a countdown box like we had over on the other side. And this one just says, until the countdown box goes away, it cannot be attempted or scouted. So
I am thoroughly locked out of that.
It is out of dilemmas, so he can come solve at any time, but he has to wait until friendly fire counts down and goes away. It cannot be attempted at all.
And before I end my turn, again, I just want to keep saying every few minutes, if you want to play first edition, this is demo day. We have a number of players who are in this Zoom call who can jump into, grab a starter deck, and you guys can learn how to play it. Daniel and I are just playing for the benefit of people who are wanting to watch and understand, and then maybe a little bit later jump into a game with one of our volunteers who are on the call. So,
but if you want to get into a game now, just let us know, and someone will be happy to assist you.
As Charlie's prone to saying, if you want to drink straight from the fire hose, he would happily teach you.
If you have any questions on how to get or set up Lackey, anything like that, you let us know that as well. Someone can give you a hand. Once again, Lackey, I don't know if we've said it. It's lackeyccg.com is the website where you get the software. Check the forums on trekcc.org for the links to get our specific game plugin.
Okay. So I'm now out of range. I'm out of actions. I can't do anything. My people are all stopped. As I go through the end of turn phase, I count this down, and now that means that it is gone. It'll get removed from game. It
Yep.
counted down twice,
I've
which frees
successfully
that.
waited it out.
Yep, frees that mission up for Daniel. We're both actually, incidentally, waiting out things. He waited out Irrational Commander, and now I'm gonna have to wait out the friendly fire.
Sometimes there's different strategies for what dilemmas to choose, and there is the try to kill as many people as possible, try to blow up opponent's ship, and some of it is just try to delay as long as possible. If I can delay my opponent for a couple turns while I go solve this last mission, well, maybe that's enough.
Yep. So I drew to end, and it is over to Daniel. I'm gonna pass the turn.
All right. Let me check my hand here. Okay. Once again, I do not have a free play. But I may draw into one, so I'm going to play Kurak as my card play. And since she has 4 skills, she will allow me to draw a card. Okay, that did not give me something that I can play for free, so I won't be able to play another card on this turn. So Kurak is going to chill at the outpost for a moment because the Bortus does not have time to go back and get her. We are heading out to Sleeper Ship, and we are going to get this mission solved. So I could actually solve it both ways because I have a Kalar, and Kalis has 10 integrity, so I'm assuming I have enough integrity to get through it. But we're going to do it the other way, and I will show you...
Oh, style points. You gonna do the style points like I did?
I'm going to show you Kalis' 3 leadership and weapons of 9 on this ship.
He's showing off, folks. He has a huge ass ship, and I have a little ship, and he knows it. So we're clear.
So Kalis solves it by himself on the Bortus, and that is going to score me 40 points. I do not have a mission specialist that can help me here, so there's no bonus points. But it is going to take me to 75.
So now, watching it at home, Daniel has solved 2 space missions. We're trying to get to 100. That's the main point. But he has not solved a planet yet. And I'm looking at that space line going, he's got a little bit of trucking to do to get down to a planet that he can do. And so I think this is the first one. He could, in theory, steal mine. Remember, we did talk about that.
That is definitely still an option. But I will be facing my own dilemmas.
Which may or may not be good for him. So we'll see what he does.
In the meantime, I've traveled 5 range already. I only have 4 left, so I'm not going to make it back to my outpost. I can only make it this far. That will have used 8. So I'm going to stop there and be happy with my lead as it is now. At the end of my turn, I'm going to count down this friendly fire token so that there's just 1 turn left for Kris to wait. And I'll draw an end.
For some reason, Lackey finally decided to give me a free play, so I'm going to free play Mordock. What's that about? I finally got an extra guy. And he only has 3 dots. He looks like he's about to karate kick somebody. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's a security with 3 dots, so I will get to draw a card for his play as well. Ooh, there we go. I drew data, which was the requirement for that mission.
The karate chop is what he does when you kick the Ferengi, the phaser whip out of his hand.
Is that what it is? Okay. And like Daniel, I'm in kind of an interesting spot where
he's trying to make himself look larger than he is.
Range is becoming a concern for me. I have a little Ferengi shuttle, but they're venturing further and further out into space. So I'm actually going to card play the other Ferengi shuttle, which incidentally Mordok can fly by himself. So Mordok is going to jump inside this Ferengi shuttle.
The advantage of smaller ships is they require less people to fly them.
Yep.
But
so
they are weaker if you get into a firefight.
Effectively, I was able to play a guy and a ship, and now I can get a second ship over here, which is what I'm going to do.
You can also use multiple ships to kind of daisy chain. You know, send one ship over this way, and then when it runs out of range, change ships and keep going.
And that is exactly what I'm doing. Daniel's pipping me before I can even say it. So I
saw it coming.
Well, imagine that. So the ship that is out of range I will put on the top because effectively it's out of gas.
Yep.
The other ship, I'm doing some beaming right now, which is allowed when you have planets and facilities, or in this case, planets and facilities and ships. I'm beaming everybody off the planet because they can't do anything anymore to investigate dead planet. They are stopped, but they can, venture forth onto the ship that was already at this mission, which I'm going to do, and examine battle site. I am going to.
Did somebody have a question there? I thought I heard somebody say something.
It keeps saying chat. I'm trying to play the game.
I'm managing the chat, but I thought I heard somebody. Okay.
Well, I see Johannes is like lurking in the background. He's just waiting for a game with us.
I can see the Twitch chat, but I can't see the Zoom chat because I've got Lackey up.
Okay.
I'm trying to monitor all the chats. I'm hanging in Discord. I'm hanging in Twitch. I'm hanging in here. So
that's why I volunteered to play, because you guys know all the IT side. I can just play the game on that. There's method to my madness. So I am going to leave a Ferengi guy with a staff icon on the shuttle, and I hope I don't need him for the mission, because this is a tricky part. I have to pick somebody who may or may not be needed for my other mission I'm going to go try to do. Bot keeps seeing like he's important, so I'm going to probably bring him. But I'm looking at this group going, Rada clearly says he's representative of a greedy Ferengi, so I am going to not necessarily set him aside. He was going to go into crew 4 in Lackey, and I'm going to make a note onto the ship that's out of gas that says crew 4, copy it to there, so now Daniel knows Rada is just inside that scout vessel, basically playing bus driver. He's not going to try to do anything this turn.
Yeah,
but I don't want...
Just so someone can still fly that ship if things go sour.
Right. So everybody else is going to hop in the other Ferengi shuttle, slide down one mission for 4 range, and attempt to examine a battle site.
Okay. 40-point mission, so he is trying to tie it up here. So we're going to start with...
Oh no, that looks scary.
We're going to start with not Geordie here.
That is not Geordie. Place on ship now in start of each turn. Kill somebody. Cure with 2 science, diplomacy, and physics. Okay. So we're going to reveal to all, none, and shuffle. And Daniel's going to outright kill somebody with this dilemma immediately.
I believe now happens before you can cure. I think it's nullify that you can do before now.
Correct.
So it's going to kill, and then he can check to see if he can cure it.
Correct. That's what I'm worried about. Don't kill my scientist.
This is crew 1?
Crew 1.
All right. This one. That is not your scientist.
He lived for 10 seconds and then died.
Okay. So Karate Kid Mordok on the ship.
Yep. Karate Kid Mordok is dead.
But Kris has a chance to try to cure it. He can cure this now, or if he doesn't have it now, he can cure it later. Or it will keep killing until it counts down. You do see it has a 3-turn countdown on it.
Which
so it will eventually go away. He can, other options, because it's on a ship, he can avoid it by trying to get everyone off a ship.
I think I can cure it. So I have a scientist.
Mm-hmm.
I have a scientist.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a diplomacy on Cole. And I have a physics on Picard.
Okay. So you do cure it.
Okay.
Throw that in the remove pile.
And then we go to the next dilemma.
Yes.
Devastating communique. Weepy Picard. One personnel. Your
It is
choice.
quite devastating.
So I have
Stopped
to reveal
until end of your next turn. So this will stop somebody for this turn and his next turn.
This is scary.
Totally
Okay.
putting someone out of action.
Right. They are on timeout for quite a while. So I have to reveal to all, so Daniel can see him and I can see him.
What are we thinking here?
While he picks, I'll just again remind anybody, if you are looking to play first edition, we've got a couple of volunteers. I see one of the top players in the universe, Johannes Klarhauser, sitting in this chat. We're just waiting to teach somebody how to play first edition. Charlie playing the director of first editions here. Daniel and I are obviously just trying to finish this game for the video. But, you know, if you want to get into a game, feel free to contact one of them and jump in there and try it out.
I think, knowing what I know, Chris, I think the correct answer here is going to be Captain Picard.
I mean, very fitting you would stop.
I mean, why not?
you got to go for the style points.
So he will Picard be stopped
on,
for the remainder of this turn and next turn.
He is on super timeout. And just again, for player preference, I pulled him out of the team. Sorry, and I flipped him over. But I'm going to put that dilemma on top of him, and then I'm going to put him in the ship. So I know for now that he is
just a reminder that he's there and affected.
Correct. What's next? So at least we're getting through all the dilemmas, folks. We got one left. Let's see what we get. Well, that's not nice. 3 officers. You just took out my officer, and they're so weak.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at my personnel. Daniel can still see them, but that is really hard card for my personnel. I don't have any officer. I don't even think in play.
You have one officer, but his strength is not high enough. Picard was 1.
So that's going to be a tall order. So that one will stop my team. It'll go back under.
It'll go back under. He will have to come back with that.
Yeah, and for people, I'm not close to my outpost, so I got to chug a long way down there to get the officer and come back. So it's
and in the meantime, that is going to stop his crew for this turn.
To all done. Okay. Looking at my hand, going, that's a sticky spot to be in. So. I will, I'm out of range, out of options. Everyone stopped. All I can do is draw to end, and it's over to Daniel.
We are still, people on Twitch, not people, people on Zoom. Are we still up? You can still hear us?
Morgan says indeed, so I'm assuming he can still see it on
Okay, Charlie got kicked off the call. He said a transformer blew, so he was just making sure the call is still active.
Okay.
And it is. So he yeah. So he will be back, I guess.
Okay.
All right. So where were we? I'm starting my turn.
Yes, we are at the start of Daniel's turn.
Okay.
I'm still blocked from solving a mission and investigate dead site.
And I have some distance to travel.
Yep. We both are in that point now where we're getting further away from our outpost to try to solve the last mission to win the game, but it's going to take some time to get down there. I'm down there at Examine Battle Site, and I hit a dilemma that I have no hope of passing right now. So it's going to be, kind of a race, right? We're both at on the board. I have a mission that I can solve with the dead planet after Daniel's turn. I'm just waiting out this countdown, and then it'll be the race to the last mission. So Kind of
Just
going
checking to
that
see who
starter
I
deck.
can play. I'm feeling good about the people I have. I'm going to try to make things a little faster by card playing a ship.
There we go.
I do not have a free play to make, and I'm not going to draw anything, so that's going to be my only play. So that's just going to try to spare me some span. I will send the Bortus back here, and we'll do a little beaming between ships here. Let's see. Let's say you guys. All right. I'm keeping enough staffing on the Bortus that it'll be able to continue moving. And I'm going to move a bunch of people to the new Cavort, and we'll make that crew 2. So I'll go ahead and mark it with some black tokens.
Okay.
So the Bortus has moved 3. That actually didn't help me any. Both ships can get in equal distance, but we'll do it anyway. So that's 6-9, and then the Cavort can go 3-6. That's about all I can do at the moment, but 2 ships looks very imposing over here. So I'm gonna just I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna count down my friendly fire, so that will go away and free up for Kris.
Okay.
And I'll draw an end.
Okay. I was just trying to answer Morgan's question. So Daniel is doing the black tokens. I'm doing a little bit different thing with notes, but it's all just player preference. So he has black tokens. What he has 2 dots on the Cavort, which is signifying his crew 2 is on that ship, and he's got 1 token on the Bortas, which is staffing for it, I imagine. And at any time I could ask him, but I trust Daniel. I'm sure he's got his staff.
So if he randomly decided to pick a fight with my ship, with my Cavort, for example, and someone randomly died, he would need to know which crew to go into to kill somebody.
Right.
For example.
Lackey has these 4 tabs at the bottom that'll show crew 1, crew 2, crew 3, crew 4. So, for example, I have 1 guy just sitting in that Ferengi scout vessel that's crew 4. He's just there to fly the ship home. I have everybody else. I should have done this. I forgot. This is crew 1, copy to selected cards. All my crew 1 is on the other ship at examine battle sites.
And those are basically just places to put your crew, so they don't have to be on the board taking up space and also don't have to be visible to your opponent. Conceptually, like if you were playing this on the table, they would be in a face-down stack underneath your ship.
Correct. And you'll notice that Daniel and I have 3 cards that have sat on the table for a long time. Attentional hands, continuing mission, and assigned mission specialist. In a full constructed game, I've seen people have 10, 15, 20 cards in a line down on the table. So again, It's just trying to utilize space a little bit better, both in person and on Lackey. So I needed officers, if everybody remembers that. I do have 1 in my hand that has strength over 7. That is Will Riker. So I'm going to card play Will Riker. He's been in my hand the whole game.
Hey, there you go.
But I'm going to need to get him down to examine battle site. The card is reading a photo album and crying, as we remember from back here, but he still is on the ship.
He will eventually help you with the maglock. He just can't help you this turn.
Right. He can't help me right now. So first and foremost, I think the best thing for me to do is to take this shuttle, because I can't play any more cards. I don't have any universal people to play for free, and I don't get a draw from Riker. Is I can move the shuttle 1 mission over, and I think they can solve this mission. I got to double check. I need engineer, cunning greater than 32, and acquisition. Here's an engineer with cunning of 9. 7 is 16. 22 with bot, 28, and then 36 with Quark. Quark should have the acquisition.
He does.
And Bach was the engineer. So I will be solving the mission, and when I solve, I can download an Android. Incidentally, the Android is in my hand, but if he were in my deck, I could go through my entire deck, and I could find him and put him into
download
play.
an Android here, so you get to play him.
I get him for, it's essentially for free, but it comes out of anywhere in the deck or the hand.
Yep.
Sadly,
So he's getting an extra play as a reward.
This particular version of Data is when he was influenced by his brother Lore, and he is not an officer. So it's great that I get him, but he doesn't actually help me.
He helps with a lot of things, but he does not help with the maglock.
Right. Much to Daniel's glee, he does not really help me right now. So the last thing I'm going to do is to keep that daisy chain going, is I'm going to have that ship just stay here, and the ship with
we're also going to increase your points to 65.
The ship with just Rada is going to go home and get Riker. So now Crew 4 is at my outpost, and I'm going to dock that ship just in case that Bortas has got any crazy ideas. So right now, I think I have 3 officer in play to solve Maglock, but I can't get to that mission. And Picard is still on timeout, I think, for the end of this turn from Devastating Communique. So on the next turn, it's looking pretty good that I might be able to get by Maglock, and I'll need to double check to make sure I can actually solve it. If I were to solve it, I will have 2 planets done and a space mission and over 100 points, and that'll have met all the win conditions. But you can wish in one hand, and I'm not going to say what else you do. Daniel's got a turn. And Daniel could win on his turn if he can solve acquire surplus ships. So I've got to just pass the turn. We are in a very interesting state of the game. It's kind of that race to the last mission.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting how we'll see what happens. I guess I should just shut up and draw my card and say go.
So I'm going to try to I'm going to make a little insurance play and just try to give myself a boost. And my card play will be an incident card called Get It Done.
Oh, I like it.
So this allows me once each turn I can place 2 TNG icon cards. Remember that icon is being granted to all personnel and ships that have a Next Generation property logo. I can put 2 cards from hand at the bottom of my deck to boost the attributes of a unique personnel, or make one of my ships range +2 till end of turn, or I can shuffle personnel or ships from my discard pile into my draw deck. So basically, this is Jellicoe's telling me to overtax my resources and to ensure that I accomplish my goal. So I kind of have a plan here. Both my ships can get to acquire surplus ships, but if for some reason things go sour, if I want to try to get to the next planet, impose order, I would need 11 range. And the only way I could do that is by boosting the Bortas' range using Get It Done. So that's kind of the idea I have at the moment. So for the moment, I'm going to fly both ships to acquire surplus ships. And we're going to do a little beaming here. Oops, I can see my crew too.
While Daniel's doing that, I will point out, Get It Done is a really interesting multi-use card, and I actually did have it in my hand. Anyone who's kind of been following, I do have an officer who had strength of just 4, if I had not had Riker in my hand, in theory, I could have card played, get it done, and done the 2 cards onto the bottom to make Damon Bach strength of 6, which would have gotten past the Maglock. So it's a really interesting card in that it does the range enhancements, which I think he's using, right? And the personnel enhancements, or if you really need a person back, you can do that as well. It's really kind of versatile card. Daniel's, I think, very much scheming how he's going to double team his way through this mission and solve for the win. He did go first, and the starters in general are very much balanced to the point where most games should go like this. If you're playing at home with friends and you're not stealing missions and you're not shooting people, you're just trying to learn the game. The game should be pretty even, pretty fair, and right now it looks like I could win on my turn, but Daniel might win on his before I get a chance. So it's a very balanced environment with just starter decks learning to play the game.
Okay, so I'm going to first I'm going to switch my ships because crew 2, because it's just hard to switch the crews. So I'm going to just make crew 2 the Bortus now. And crew 1 is on the Cavort. I am going to beam crew 1 down to attempt acquire surplus ships.
Okay.
Both ships have used 3 range. I have not yet used Get It Done. I am sending 1 crew down to see what's under here.
Okay. Daniel, just take a second, and I don't know who's the host because Charlie's gone. And I guess we have some people who are trying to join the meeting who cannot because they're waiting for the host to allow them. I hope it's not me. I don't know where it even be to see who the host is on the call. Do you know?
Hang on. Participants. Doc TS is listed as host.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Okay. If Doc TS, if you're listening, can you make Daniel the host? I think you can trade the host duties. We're trying to get a couple more people in the call, and we're struggling with doing that. If you're not the host, so Daniel should probably be the host for right now, if that's possible.
It probably just kind of arbitrarily picked one after Charlie dropped.
That's what I think happened. So if it's possible, could you please, if you're listening, please make some Daniel the host or somebody else the host. Okay?
It looks like continuing committee is back on and is host.
I don't know who that is. Is that Patty? That sounds like Patty. I can't see him, but I can hear him. Okay. Anyway, we'll continue with the game. Let's keep going.
Okay.
I think we're good right now, right?
All
Daniel,
right.
So Daniel's attempting with which crew, Daniel?
With crew 1. I'm trying to split it up. I've got some people held back that could possibly go down for a second attempt, or could even go out to the other mission if necessary.
Okay. So the first dilemma is to get past it's called malfunctioning door. To get past requires a Soong type android or strength greater than 27 from up to 4 people. So you have to be very strong to push the door apart. And
yes.
Given that Daniel's Klingon, I think he might be getting by this dilemma. We'll see.
I do not have an android. That's for sure. Let me count some numbers here.
Would you like to borrow mine?
Okay, so in my crew 1, I have Kalis with a strength of 8. Losta has a 7 for 15. Besmog here has a 7 for 22. And Kurak has a 6 for 28.
There we go.
So they will get through. They don't need an android.
They don't, apparently. Okay.
Hey guys, just checking how things are going because Charlie's had a power outage.
Yep. yeah, we're good. We're continuing the game. The main concern is we want to make sure one of us is the host so that we can keep adding people. But yeah, if you can just leave it up, Patty, we're good. And again, I keep saying this, but if you guys are watching this and you want to learn how to play, we've got a bunch of volunteers standing by, answering questions, ready to jump in and teach you how to play. You know, Daniel and I are approaching the end of our game, but I'm sure somebody else will start another one here shortly. So next dilemma.
I've become host since I jumped in, so
Great.
apologies for that.
Yeah, that's fine. So if anyone is trying to get on the call, Patty, if you can keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So Daniel's first team, that crew one, passed the first dilemma, and now we're at dangerous climb.
This is going to be more difficult because I did not send a lot of people down. They had over 27 strength, but 40 is going to be tougher with only 5 people. Let me see if I can do it the other way.
2 geology.
Actually, I did bring my geologist. There's one.
What?
And there's one.
That's not real.
And that's a 13 cunning, plus 20, or plus 7, I mean, for 20, and plus 6.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I said the smart Klingons.
I have 1 dilemma left, folks. And it's an ambush.
Oh, well, this'll do something.
This will do something that we're going to show.
This is going to be fun.
This is a last-ditch effort right here.
So, opponent may download to this planet up to 3 different universal Ferengi and or 1 Ferengi whip. They may initiate battle if possible. Now, he's probably not going to have a Ferengi whip in the deck, but he probably will have some Ferengi that he can bring out and attack me. Now, his Ferengi are not going to be very strong compared to my Klingons, but the whole point is that initiating an attack is going to stop everyone involved.
Including my guys and his guys.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny. Like, do I want to send people who might actually do something, or do I want to just let them die? I think for personnel battle teaching, I'll grab some people who are actually not awful and see what happens.
Now, they do have to be all different, but they don't have to be people you don't have in play.
Correct. Good point. This guy just looks really stupid. Let's pick him.
Krunk.
I just wanted to say Krunk.
He's got the best name. Yeah. My spinach puffs.
Okay, so because Daniel could probably solve this mission otherwise, I have to go get these 3 Ferengi, and they are going to fight his team of 5. They are probably going to lose horribly, but as Daniel pointed out, the entire point is just to not let him solve this mission with that team.
So it will stop the team at least, even if it doesn't kill my people, it will delay them.
Yep. So I'm going to put these 3 guys into Battle Bridge tab for no other reason other than separating them.
So and then I'm going to shuffle my crew one.
I'm going to shuffle them, and then we're going to pair off. This is a personnel battle. This happens, I don't want to say frequently. It does not happen frequently in Game of Star Trek, but it certainly can. Again, one of the fun things you can do in our game where it's, inmates run the asylum is how I describe it.
So it's important. It does come up from time to time, so it's important to know how it works. So basically, one by one, we're going to put our personnel out at the table. They're going to be shuffled, so they're going to come out randomly. And so each pair will pair off, and whoever has a higher strength number will stun the other. If there's a tie, nothing happens. If it's more than double, they mortally wound the other.
Right.
Once everyone is stunned, mortally wounded, whatever, and people that don't pair are just extra, then we count up our total strength for whoever's left, unstunned, unmortally wounded. And whoever has the highest total wins the battle and kills a random opponent. And then anyone mortally wounded will die as well.
Yep. Now think of it as a fair fight versus unfair fight, right? If a Soong-type android is fighting Admiral McCoy, he's probably going to punch through Admiral McCoy's head and he's going to die. But in general, it should be pretty evenly matched. Ferengi for Klingons, this is an unfair fight for Daniel, but again, we're just trying to slow him down. So my first personnel is Rata, and he has strength of 6.
And mine is Losta, which is a 7. So Rata will be stunned.
Morgan asked a good question. Is it easy to cheat? Does your opponent know you have shuffled a stack? If you look in the chat log, it says that I shuffled my battle bridge, and I think it says Daniel shuffled his crew 1.
Yep.
So in
So
the
you can
event,
definitely
you were
make
trying
sure
to-
it plays a sound effect too. You actually hear a shuffling sound.
Correct. So so Rada is fighting Lasta, a kid, and he still can't even win. He is stunned. That makes me feel good. My next one is Tar, who has strength of 7, and beast mode has a 7.
So
these
nothing happens. No one
these
is
two
stunned.
both, yeah, they both punched each other, but no one got anywhere.
They nimbly
just-
dodge.
Right, definitely dodge. And that means that I got Crunk left. So who's gonna fight Crunk?
Correct.
Oh, that's so sad.
That's my
Correct.
smallest.
Thank you. You still punch Crunk.
All right, and then I have 2 people remaining.
So I would add up my total, and I only have 7 strength because Tar is the only one who is not stunned.
And I have 34.
Yeah, Daniel has a lot. So Daniel is going to kill one of my personnel randomly. So I'm going to shuffle the battle bridge, which is just where I put them so we could keep them aside from everything else I have going on.
I've chosen
and he's
Crunk.
going to kill Crunk. So now Crunk dies from the fight.
Uh-huh.
But importantly, Daniel's personnel are stopped and mine are stopped.
Everyone involved with the battle is stopped. So my entire crew 1 is stopped, and there are no dilemmas left. But they can't keep going this turn.
Correct. So the last thing now is going to be Daniel. I think so. As a team, right? Can the 5 behind there do it?
I did leave crew 2
6.
up for specifically that reason. So I will now
Okay.
beam them down, and they will attempt.
So he's got no dilemmas left.
And I will show you acquisition and engineer, and it's a mission specialist. If it not that it matters.
Perfect.
And a computer skill on Lard.
So Kellen solved that mission basically by himself.
Pretty much.
And Daniel would pull this towards him, which is now indicating it's solved. He's solving it for 35. We'll look at his point total. His point total is already 75. If we add that 35 to Daniel, he has 110 points.
And I have both a planet and space mission solved because that's important.
Space mission, planet mission.
You have to have both types, or you need an extra 40 points. You also, for those that like to play Voyager or Dominion decks or Mirror stuff, you also have to have a mission in the Alpha Quadrant solved, or else you need 40 more points. So I have a planet in space, I have missions solved in the Alpha Quadrant, and I have 100 points. So that is the game.
It is. Congratulations on your win. And again, the starter decks, to Patty's credit, are designed to be very close games. This game we were both just trying to solve missions.
Mm-hmm. And he was going to do it next turn.
Yep, Daniel went first, I went second, Daniel won before I could win. That's exactly what we're hoping to have with the starter deck experience. And, we recommend that people play the first few games kind of like this, where just try to do your own missions. I mean, there are a lot of other elements that you can do as you guys learn the game. You can steal missions, you can battle. I mean, there are a lot of things you can do. But I would advise anyone just trying to learn the game for the first time, sit down with the starter decks, just try to do your own missions and see how it goes, because you should have a very enjoyable experience learning to play with these starter decks, the 4 of them. Romulans and the Federation were not represented in this game, but they are options you could play if you're now watching this and want to learn to play with somebody either in the chat or print them at home and play, or even play on Lackey like we're doing.
So before we exit, we did have a question in Twitch chat. Can you show an example of ship combat? So do you want to set up a scenario, Chris? Let's pretend we actually did get out there and get into a battle so we can see how that works.
Well, I'm not doing it with shuttlecraft.
That's fine. You want to get your big guy out.
I'll go get my real ship. So let's for example say, instead of going down to Dead Planet, I decided to go here. And with his firepower of that Bortas, why don't we'll show 2 scenarios. So
let's pretend I have 1 ship, and then we'll pretend I have 2 ships.
That seems very logical. So we can do 3 different scenarios. We could do one-on-one ship versus ship. Let's start there.
Yeah.
So
I see his Creech just sitting there and really close to me, and I think that's just a tempting target.
Yep.
So I want to go battle him. So I have to fly to that location. we've already gone over battle restrictions. Klingons can attack anybody, and so can Kazons and non-aligned. Everyone else except for Federation can attack everyone except their own affiliation. The Federation can only attack Borg. That said, if you are attacked, you can always attack back on your next turn. Counterattacking is allowed by any affiliation.
Yep. Interesting things to note here. So I'm going to show, for example, just again for learning purposes, we're going to assume my people are on the planet. So if my personnel are on the planet and this ship is empty, right? Let's have Daniel show you what happens when an empty ship is there.
Okay. So the other thing to note is that your ship also has to have a leader on board to initiate a combat, which we've already defined as a personnel with leadership or a personnel with officer. They all count as leaders for purposes of initiating a battle. So the Bortus is here. The Bortus is my crew 2. And I will go ahead and show you that Commander Kalar is here, and she's going to initiate battle with the Bortus against the Creechta.
And just again, I know it's a lot to take in. His ship doesn't have to be staffed. He can just have Kalar on that ship pushing the firing button. That's all he needs to do. One person, one leader.
It has to be staffed to move, but not to shoot.
Correct.
It also has to be. It just needs to have a leader to shoot. Yes. To shoot back, you need a person. Doesn't have to be a leader, but there has to be someone on the ship.
And for the first example, my ship's empty, so no one can shoot back. Daniel's effectively shooting at space garbage with Kalar, and Daniel has weapons of 9. My ship only has shields of 8, so he would damage the Creechta and have no repercussions.
So you check, the attacker's weapons against the opponent's shields, and you add in any modifiers that might be on the table that might affect it. Right now, there is nothing affecting it. There are some examples, might be something like event cards, like Binar Weapon Enhancement can increase your weapons, or Metaphasic
Captain's
Shields
Log.
to increase your shields. Yeah, Captain's Log
makes your weapons higher and your
Mhm.
shields higher.
If you're matching commander. So like if I had Gowron on the Bortus, then that would boost your weapons and shields. Those are some examples. There'll be personnel that can acquire, that can give you boosts to certain ships. But right now there's nothing affecting either of our ships, so it's a straight compare my weapons to your shields. My weapons are 9, your shields are 8.
So you would damage my ship.
Yeah, if I beat your shields, it can't tie. I have to beat his shields. If I beat his shields, it's damage. If I beat them by more than double, I will outright destroy the ship.
Correct. So in this scenario, and we can do a couple of different ones. He would just straight hit my ship, which I would rotate it. And that's to indicate the tapping. I guess most people know that as magic tapping. That's to indicate that my ship is damaged, and because it's damaged, my correct me if I'm right, your cloaking device is offline. I don't have one, so it doesn't matter.
And your range is reduced to 5.
My range is just 5. So even though this card says it's 8, I would have to limp to get back to an outpost. And in this case, instead of being able to fly from a pose order and to the last outpost, which I could do normally, I would only be able to move 1 mission a turn, to limp to here. And there's nothing stopping Daniel. Because it was empty, he could shoot it next turn and blow it up if he wanted to. So I'll try. Let's try. Does that make sense, everybody, or how's the chat log look?
Also, just like in personnel battle, everyone involved in a ship battle is stopped after the battle. So after my Bortus attacks, it cannot attack again. It cannot suddenly move or beam people or anything. It is stopped with everyone aboard stopped.
Now, in a second example, I would leave the 2 ships there, but let's pretend that I had left stupid-ass Krunk on the ship. Krunk is not a leader, but Krunk knows enough to raise shields and to shoot back.
Yes.
So because Daniel fired on me, I, with just having a person on that ship, Crunk, could shoot back. So I would look at my weapons. My weapons are 9.
Against
Daniel's
my shields.
Shields of 7.
Mhm.
So in that scenario, we would both be damaged.
Now, it's also important to note that both attacks happen at the same time. So if my ship were to destroy his, he would still get to do his attack.
Right.
I don't.
So
there's no first strike like in Magic.
That's a good. Yeah, you know those Magic terms. So let's okay, for just again for purely.
So if that just happened, I damaged your ship, you damaged my ship, and then on your turn decided you wanted to counterattack, we would blow each other up.
Yep, both ships would be destroyed. So and maybe that's a good trade. Maybe I'm willing to sacrifice a ship and Crunk if his crew too has got 6-7 people on it. I'll take
Damage
that trade.
is on the stack. Yes, that's right.
So he picked his. He picked a fight. I can return fire with people who are not leaders. Again, as far as I know, you don't even need leaders to return fire.
I
right,
don't
in a
believe so.
counterattack.
If you were attacked, you can fire back.
But it's only at that location, right? So we couldn't fly away down here and keep shooting at each other. I couldn't counterattack. We would still have to have those leaders to shoot.
Right.
Let's no, since I think Daniel wants to prove a point, let's switch that ship. Let's say he flew over here, and I just had my little shuttle here, right? So Daniel would shoot it, and he would damage it. And even if I countered attack with Crunk's just pushing the button, and he's not doing anything. It's not going to get through those shields.
That's weapons 4 against my shields of 7. It's not going to do anything to the Bortus.
It's too big of a ship. Yep. So
which is why Kris did not want to get close to me with his scout vessel while we were playing our game.
At any point in the game did I want anything to do with his Bortas. That's exactly why, because he could just blow it up with impunity. I can't hit it. So I hope that explained that. He could shoot at it, he could damage it, he could chase it, he could blow it up. I can't do anything if my ship's smaller than his.
Again, this is something where you have to gamble risk versus reward when you play. There is a strategy to putting a fleet of ships out, or well, don't put that out there. Don't scare them.
I just want to show that. Let's say I've seen enough of Daniel, so I would. This is why people don't pick on Borg. Borg are giant. You don't really want to go, tug on Superman's cape. That's the only reason I pulled this out. Is a Borg cube is huge, 24 shields, 24 weapons. It can blow up ships in impunity. But as Daniel mentioned earlier, Borg cannot initiate battle without a card that lets them do so. And just about everybody in the game can always go pick on Borg.
Even the Federation can attack Borg if they so dare.
So, again, I'm just trying to show that the ship sizes are very different. I mean, just look at this cube and look at this shuttle. Like, that's not fair at all.
Yeah, but also the Borg has like a ton of. They need 7 people to fly it.
Right. Much harder to staff. Again, I'm only showing that for the weapons.
Sure,
the weapons and shields are the important thing there.
But I was going to say that battling as a strategy is very risk versus reward. There is definitely a strategy to putting ships out and assembling a fleet and going after someone's other ship, or even going out after their outpost if you can build up quickly enough. However, in doing so, you are sacrificing time by going after your opponent when you could be solving your mission. If that's worth it, if you are able to cripple your opponent enough that it doesn't matter and you have enough time to go back and solve, great, you can do that. Otherwise, you gotta very carefully weigh the cost of going after somebody versus staying back and getting your mission done before they do.
I think the last thing we could show is, let's say I had 2 ships there.
Okay.
And I had a person on both ships.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be important. Okay, so let's just say I had just the Bortus.
Yep. So you really want to take a pot shot at the Ferengi scout vessel
or even the Creechta. I can damage the Creechta.
Okay, sure.
But you have both ships here.
Right. So because I did not initiate the battle, I can return
Hang
fire.
on. Let's do it this way. This is going to be better. Let's say it's
You
the
want to-
cave ward.
Okay.
And I will shoot at. Now when if I attack, I choose which ship I want to shoot at. So I can't damage the creature. Its shields are too tough for this little bird of prey. So I will attack the scout vessel because I can damage that. I have weapon 6 and you have shields 5. However, you have 2 ships over there. If both your ships have someone aboard, they can both return fire.
Yep.
And I could also do the same thing. If I had 2 ships in one place, they could attack together.
Yep.
So even though I'm dealing 6 damage and I'm dealing 6 at your shields 5 scout vessel, and I can damage your scout vessel. Your scout vessel might not be able to damage my cave wart on its own, but when you put the 2 ships together, their weapons add up to 13, which is enough to blow my cave wart out of the sky.
Yep. Yeah. I pulled it out just for a hypothetical. So this is how we could have done this. Daniel sees a Ferengi scout vessel. It looks very juicy. He knows he's trying to cripple it from going home. Let's say I needed a mission scout my outpost.
Sure.
So Daniel flies his cavort over there with let's grab Larg, right? Larg is like he's a piece of garbage, right? That's his title.
That is, yeah.
He's gonna go take a shot and damage my Ferengi scout vessel.
Yep, which does not have enough weapons to damage me back.
Yep. So it's a total free shot.
Okay, there we go. Boom. End of turn.
Yep.
Then on your turn.
On my turn, let's say he didn't know this. The creature's in my hand. That's not cool with me, Larg. I've seen enough of your nonsense. I'm gonna card play the creature, right? And because he attacked me at that location, I can counterattack without leaders. So our hero Krunk is gonna beam up. He's gonna grab literally anybody.
You
let's
just
say
need to
Quark.
get a crew over there.
Yep, let's say Quark.
Mm-hmm.
The creature's going to come by and say, hey, stop picking fights. I'm going to take a shot back. So now both of the ships can return fire at Larg's cavort.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to deal 13.
Because we're counterattacking.
Uh-huh. Now, you can choose to leave the scout vessel out if you just want to damage, because then I can't attack the scout vessel back. But if you attack with both ships, you will destroy my cave wart, but I will also destroy your scout vessel.
Yep, I would be vengeful. I would for sure
I could choose which one to damage. I could only do anything to the scout vessel.
Yep, I would let Krunk go down in a blaze of glory
with
the Ferengi scout vessel to blow up Larg and Larg's cavort. And again, this is not super uncommon, but not something we should avoid teaching you. Battle with ships can get crazy when you have 2 or 3 or 4 at one location. And
particularly with starter decks, a lot of people just play easy solvers to get used to the game. Go here, do this. However, it will happen that you will run into your opponent and you will go, hey, maybe I should take a pot shot while I'm over here.
Yep. Exactly. So I hope that explained the battle rules. Any other questions from the Twitch crowd or from our chat group on battle?
And I'm not going to have time to get into another full game, but I can be here for another 30 minutes to an hour if anyone has questions, or if someone else wants to start a game, and I can watch and answer questions for a little bit.
And I think our Zoom meeting has filled up. I know that there's some other people who I just saw an admin, right? I think I added somebody. So I'm gonna, at this point, if there's not any other questions, I'm gonna stop sharing this game. Daniel and I were done with it. Again, congratulations to Daniel on the win. And I will close it so that Daniel can then start another one, potentially.
Thank you for the game, sir. I might, well, like I said, I probably don't have time for another full game, but unless someone else wants to get into a game, I will keep screen sharing, and I'm going to bring in the Federation deck so that more people will recognize elements from this series.
Anybody who is on the call, I know Morgan, you would be new to this. Would you like to play a game or would you rather watch a game? I'm looking at it going, James, Alan, I know Patty's in here, Johannes is in here. Players from a lot of countries, continents, and play groups are all in the Zoom chat right now. Daniel, I made you the host because I will need to bow out here momentarily myself.
Sure.
after our game. But Morgan, if you would like to play a game, or Daniel, if you want to, I don't know if you're still streaming to Twitch or not. If you
Yeah,
wanna grab
I'm still on Twitch for a little bit.
Okay. If it'd be beneficial, you could always wail on James Heaney. Just don't let him play Borg. I don't know if he's even listening. I'm just talking.
I didn't bring any full decks with me. I haven't built anything in a while.
Okay.
Does anyone have Locky set up on a Mac?
I don't, but I know you can use it. There is an option for it. We have so many IT people in our player group. I'm sure you just post it to the forum. Someone would tell you how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that. I gotta get it set up first. Thanks, you guys, for the demo.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it.
I did. Yeah, thanks. Cheers, you guys.
We did have a comment in Twitch that somebody said kind of want a deck that's half Bird of Praise. Yeah, you could do that. Klingon Bird of Praise might not be very powerful on their own, but they only take one staff star to to fly them. So there is a strategy of cranking ships out one a turn and just popping a leader on them and going, and just swarming the galaxy.
Yep, and with Daniel's TNG setup, Daniel had the ability with attentional hands, if you recall, to free play a person, and if they had less than 3 dots, he could draw a card. So his deck, he could easily just have loaded with universal background character officers who have less than 4 dots or less.
Yeah, just play a ship and a person every turn.
Play one for free, play a ship. Play one for free, play a ship. That is a very viable strategy where then you're chasing your opponent down the space line.
That is a deck that's won some tournaments.
Yeah, a couple. I mean, that's a kind of antiquated one, but yeah, it has.
Yeah, it can get there. The Ferengi used to be able to do it for a little while. They got nerfed a bit.
Yep, there are a lot of options.
I used to shoot down Borg cubes with a DS9.
Yeah,
that's also been one. I mean, there's so many. That's Alan for people who are listening. We've all been playing too long. We can do degenerate stuff. I took out a Unicomplex with one ship at Worlds, which was my favorite story.
What ship?
A cube, my own cube. There's a card called Prefix Codes, which lowers their shields by half.
Nice. Very nice.
That was the most degenerate thing it ever did in Trek, but I'll never forget it.
So if you are watching my screen share right now, I've got the Federation deck load, and I'm just kind of throwing some personnel out. Most of these you're going to recognize as the Enterprise Bridge Crew. However, most of them you might not recognize these specific cards, because these are not, well, except for Worf, these are not the cards that are from the premiere set. These are new versions that were made to better fit continuing mission style decks. So for example, this Data might not be as good as the original Data as far as how many skills he has, but the fact that he only has 4 skill dots means that he can still get you a card draw. So that might be a better fit for that type of deck. The same with Geordi LaForge here. He only has 2 skill dots. This Deanna has a lot more skill dots than the original, but she has 2 special downloads, which might make her a better fit. If you want someone that just draws you a card, you can go with the original, but now you have both options.
And she's an ambassador.
Yes,
Helpful.
Which means if you're running, for example, the Federation headquarters, Office of the President, it allows you to play an ambassador for free every turn. So she could be a free play that way, even if she's not a free play with Attention All Hands because of being unique. Beverly Crusher over here, or this version of Beverly, a little different aspect of her. This one downloads a phaser. Just kind of nice. That boosts everybody's strength by 2. Here's the Enterprise that's in this deck. Again, perhaps not the Enterprise you are familiar with, because this is a different version. It trades a couple of points and attributes for getting the special download of Wall of Ships, which is a very powerful event that can either download another enterprise or boost the attributes of all of your enterprises. I'm trying to find... Oh, there he is. Picard. This is a very interesting Picard. Because he has Borg icons on him. Because this version of Picard is from right after Best of Both Worlds, where they still don't have all of his Borg tech completely removed yet. So you can't play him in a Borg deck, but there are other reasons to want this version. He actually does count as Borg species in addition to human species for things that may matter. And again, he only has 4 skill dots, which means that he is worth a card draw. Oh, there's Riker. I've done it. I found the entire crew. He was the last card in the deck.
I want Brace for Impact to be good someday.
I like Brace for Impact.
It's a cool card.
I'm gonna find it. So
I
yeah,
remember what
Riker
that
downloads.
does.
Hang on, I'm having a little issue with my screen.
Are you spawning it?
I'm trying. I'm just having a little issue with my screen. I can't get to my text
Oh.
window.
Oh, that's annoying.
There we go. I've got it. There it is. So Riker downloads this card, Brace for Impact. Plays to land your damaged ship at a planet location. If Galaxy class, X equals landed ship's lowest printed attribute, otherwise X equals 0. So you can score a few points. You can use this if your ship... It is worth a few points, but more importantly, if your ship is about to be destroyed, Riker can suddenly special download Brace for Impact, which suspends play and puts your ship down on the planet. Landed ships can't be attacked, so that will get it out of danger, at least enough to save the crew.
Then they can pile out of the ship and attempt a mission.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Looking at Deanna Troi, she's got again, these aren't cards that come in the starter deck, but once you've gotten used to the starters, and you're like, well, how can I make this deck better? Well, one of the first natural steps you're going to want to take is to find some of these cards that these crews special download, and you'll probably want to include those because you can download them out for free at any time. So why not have them in your deck? So I'm going to bring out the one that the Enterprise does, Wall of Ships, because that's a very strong one. So there it is. Downloads any Enterprise. And there are plenty of other Enterprises in the game. So you can have this one, and then you can bring out... most original players will remember the Future Enterprise as the first ultra rare in the game. So you could certainly download that and have this Enterprise and that Enterprise in play. Or you can, instead of downloading an Enterprise, you can play this on the table and add one to your attributes of all of your Enterprises. Deanna here downloads a card called Intuition, and I remember that was a broken link for a while. They didn't make that card right away, but I believe it exists now. Here it is. I love the art because it is Deanna playing Star Trek. which I never
It's
noticed that.
cheating, it looks like.
She's actually playing the Star Trek CCG.
It's pretty impressive work from the prop department to make
Yes.
cards before the game was even made.
How did they get that in there? Caesar plays on table. Once each turn, if you have a Dabo Girl, Counselor, Elurian, or genetically enhanced personnel in play, you may name a card type and reveal a random card from opponent's hand. If it is the named card type, draw a card. So this is basically it's not guaranteed every turn, but basically this is another draw engine that Deanna Troy gives you access to. Another thing you'll want to get if you are building these next generation decks, if you have these starter decks and you want to add to them, is each of these also has another play engine that is exclusive to their affiliation. So you saw Attention All Hands, and that gives you a universal personnel for free every turn, and all 4 of these decks can use that. But then each affiliation also has one of their own that you can kind of stack on top. So for the Federation deck, it is Finest Crew in the Fleet. And there it is. So Attention All Hands can be seeded. This one cannot, but you can have Continuing Mission downloaded because it is a Warp Core card. And this lets you play once per turn a Federation personnel that has USS Enterprise in its lore. So this version of Picard would count as a free play. This version of Worf would count as a free play. None of these other bridge crew do, or Riker has USS Enterprise in the lore. But you'd be surprised, there are an awful lot of Federation personnel in the game that have that text in lore. So this opens up lots of options of getting cards out faster. Since you saw me play the Klingon deck, I will show you the primary one that the Klingons use. It is called Legitimate Leader of the Empire. Here it is. So this one says that you, instead of your card play, you can download Gowron out to your outpost. Then as long as you have Gowron in play, once per turn, you can play a non-treachery Klingon for free to Gowron or to your outpost. So again, that's a way to stack your engines. If you're playing Klingon and you have this, you can get your card play, you can get a Legitimate Leader free play, and you can get an Attention All Hands free play. So you can play 3 cards a turn.
And then, of course, there's the illegitimate leader, which is always the flip side of that.
Yes, this one's
Similar
not quite as
working.
powerful, but there is also illegitimate Leader of the Empire, which some people like as an alternative.
You can argue about whether it's not as powerful. I think
it goes after a different set of personnel. This one lets you download any Klingon or Romulan with Duras in title or lore in place of a card play. And then once each turn, your non-honor Klingon can report for free to your Klingon outpost or to your Duras, Lursa, or B'Etor, or Sisters of Duras. But it does not allow you to play Gowron or any Klingons with honor. So you are closing that off in order to make those specific personnel free plays. So kind of like Continuing Mission, where restricting you to a certain series gives you some extra bonuses. This will give you bonuses for restricting to this particular subset of personnel. I think the Ferengi one was military operations.
They have military and commerce.
This was the play engine, though. So this is the one that if Kris had tricked out his starter deck, then this would have been the card that he would have had as his play engine. This allows you to play any Ferengi personnel, a TNG Ferengi personnel, for free to your outpost once a turn, except VIPs or civilians. So basically anyone that's going to be involved in their military. So that's going to exclude people like Quark. But next generation personnel, TNG was mostly those people. Most of the VIPs and civilians were over on the DS9 side. So if you're playing TNG, this really isn't much of a restriction. And it doesn't say that you can't play them. You just can't play them for free. You might be able to play them for free in other ways. Hint, hint. And of course, they can always be played as your card play. And then for those that were here early this morning and saw the Romulan deck, what was the Romulan one called? I remember the image. I don't remember the title. I'm looking now. Oh, it wasn't in that set. I'm like, it's not in Next Generation. No, it wasn't.
Is it always a chess game?
That's right. It was in Engaged. So that's the Romulan one. Always a chess game, which allows your non-Tal Shiar civilian or VIP Romulans to play for free. There is also there is another one, just like with the Klingons, there is another one that allows you to play those other types. It's a bit more restrictive.
Probably Romulan Underground.
That's right. I think it's the Romulan Underground. Yep. Which is right there. And lets you play Romulan dissidents or personnel with underground in lore, or Major Racal, who I'm sure a lot of older players will probably remember Major Racal from Alternate Universe. Seems most people that I've spoken to remember Premiere and Alternate Universe pretty well, because Future Enterprise was a memorable card. There's Major Racal. She's still around. Ah, she looks familiar.
So, people have been bugging me for years to figure this lackey thing out. So I actually did build a deck, and it's objectively terrible.
Okay, where are you going with this?
Yes.
Well, basically, if we are looking to start a game, I have a deck that is, let me just, I can't emphasize this enough, is got to be, either it's terrible or I've stumbled onto something and my track record says odds are terrible.
Is it terrible because it is meant to show people things, or is it terrible because you tried designing something?
So
that's not meant as an insult. I know how I am with brewing.
Well, and I mean, for folks who don't know me, competitive has never been in my job description. So what this is me playing around with some of the new cards from the last set before I worked on. It's holograms.
Oh.
Because it turns out we've made a lot of weird holograms in the last few sets, and I just started throwing them in because you can get all sorts of like people who you wouldn't normally think of as a hologram.
Well, I guess if that happens, you're gonna have to go over hologram rules.
True.
That alarms me.
That's going to be up to the rest of chat. Like I said, I do not have time to start another game at this point. I've got about 20, 30 minutes. But the call is on for another 3 hours or so, 3.5 hours. So if someone else would like to get into a game with you.
Yeah, I know the rule side. I have had no luck learning how to use Lackey. So if somebody wants to play a really terrible deck and get probably an assured win, but walk somebody through how all of this works,
I feel like you're looking at me.
I saw you on mute, so I was like, "Oh, is he gonna bite?"
I'm just trying to decide whether or not we should go for the holograms deck or just pull in one of the starters, so as not to do the hologram rules. But I don't know. It's getting late in the day.
Yeah, and hologram rules aren't that terrible.
They're not horrible. They're just weird. What kind of dilemmas you got in there? Do you have like real dilemmas or bad dilemmas? Because if you got bad dilemmas, we can play my TNG deck for the public playtest.
It's 18 Squires rules dilemmas because I am bad at doing dilemma combos, and that wasn't the point. I love that card.
Still better than TNG dilemmas.
So okay, well, if you guys are going to jump into something, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here for the Twitch call. So for those that are in chat on Twitch, check out, if you want to continue following along, there's going to be another demo game coming up. Head to, unless someone has the link and can post it in the Twitch chat, head over to trekcc.org. And look for the article on International Demo Day, and you'll see instructions on how to join the Zoom call, and the players there can share their screens for you.
Grabbing it now.
And in the meantime, like I said, for those that are not sticking with the Zoom call, or if you are watching this later on YouTube, because this is going to get put up, again, everything you need to know is on trekcc.org. So if you want to learn the game, if you want to see all of our card expansions, everything, formats, ban list, errata list, how to play tournaments, where to find tournaments, where to find players, everything is on that site or in its forums. The program we play online with is called Lackey. It is on lackeyccg.org. I think that about covers it. So he's not here anymore, but thanks to Kris Sonsteby for playing the demo game with me. And thank you for everybody that has participated so far in International Demo Day. I'm glad we can get together for a day and hang out, play some Trek, and teach the game to some people. So thanks, guys. So I'm gonna go, and guys, have fun.
Yeah. Do you want to throw one of us host just in case new folks
if I can figure out how to do it? Make host. I didn't realize I was. Okay. All right, you got it, Alan.
Darn, I opened my mouth and now I got it.
All right, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Peace out, Danny.
See you later.